Good morning, everyone. And it's so nice to see you all here this morning at the first meeting of our Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee for 2025. So many familiar faces and lots of staff in the gallery, and we have lots of visitors and delegations. So it's a good start of the year, I'm assuming. So thank you very much all for being here. I would like to begin by acknowledging that this meeting is being held on an unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. I would like to ask Kelly to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Brown,
Here.
Councillor Kitts,
Here.
Councillor Luloff,
Here.
Vice Chair Kelly,
Present.
and Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you. I also like to welcome my colleagues from City Council. We have Councillor Kathy Curry here with us at the gallery. It's so nice to see you here, and I know you've done your trip to here all the way from Canada. We're very happy to have you. And I'm really happy to see also Councillor Sean Minard. I think he just came all the way from the Glebe with the beautiful weather to be here with us today. So thank you very much for joining us in the gallery. And also I see Councillor Laura Dudas also joining us. So welcome all of you here at ERAC. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendment listed as item 5.1 to 5.4 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those specifically identified in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if Council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comment on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on Friday, February 12, 2025, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Any declaration of interest? I'm seeing none. Thank you. Can we have a confirmation or minute for ERAC minute 19, Thursday, December 5th, 2025?
Confirmed.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to clear quick the agenda so we can give time back to some of our staff that they're here, that they don't have to wait, because we have lots of delegation and we have a couple files we need to deal with. But please bear with me here for 1 minute. So we're going to hold 4.1 because we have a presentation on that and we have a delegation. We have Planning, Development and Building Service Department. We have a 5.1. We have zoning bylaw amendment for 3057 and 3031 Greenland Road. There will be no presentation, no delegation, no correspondence. We have no registration. The recommendation of the report that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 3057 and 3031 Greenland as shown in document 1 to permit the retention of existing buildings as detailed in document 2. And the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee approved the consultation detail section of this report. Is there any question? Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. We have another one, 5.2, zoning bylaw amendment for 6980 Mansfield Road and 6985 Bleaks Road. We have no presentation, no delegation, no correspondence. The staff on file is Cheryl McWilliam is our planner. Before we move to the recommendation, I think we have a motion from Councillor Brown on that file. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I'll just read the therefore be it resolved clauses. Be it resolved that the staff recommendation number 1 be replaced with the following, that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 6980 Mansfield Road, 6985 Bleaks Road, as shown in document 1 to prohibit residential development on part of the portion of the retained lands currently zoned agricultural, as detailed in document 2. Be it further resolved that document 1 and document 2 in the staff report be replaced with the attached revised documents, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. We also have the applicant, Clinton Bennett. He's the owner, and if we have any question only, Mr. Bennett, if the will of the committee to pass this motion, do you have to speak to it or just, that's okay with you? Thank you very much, and we appreciate you being here this morning. Well, we'll go to any question? Report recommendation that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 6980 Mansfield Road and 6985 Bleaks Road as shown in document 1 to prohibit residential development on part of the portion of the retained lands currently zoned AG, which is agriculture, and rezone the portion of the property currently zoned RU, rural countryside, to prohibit residential development as detailed in document 1. Two, that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee approve the consultation details section of this report. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. 5.3, zoning bylaw amendment 1450, 1468 Bankfield Road and 5479 and 5485 Elijah Court. We have our planner, Stefan Kukunen, with us here. If we have question, there is no presentation, there is no delegation, no correspondence. And we also have Adam Thompson from Novotech. If we have a question or any explanation, if the committee move the report, you're okay with that, you have to speak to it. Thank you very much, Adam, for being here this morning. Any question? The report recommendation that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend council approve an amendment zoning bylaw to 2008-250 for 1450, 1468, even numbers only, Bankfield Road, and 5479 and 5485 Elijah Court, as shown in document 1, to permit a two-story automobile dealership and accessory automobile service garage as detailed in document 2, and 2, that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee approve the consultations detailed section on this report. Any question? Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, can I just confirm with the clerk that the amended item for 5.2 for Bleaks Road was carried and not the original staff?
Yes, the motion was carried and then
And
carried as amended.
Thank you, Chair.
thank you. Five point four, we're gonna hold that one also because we do have a presentation and we have a delegation on that one. 6.1, it's a councillor item, always stop control parkway and sales barn, and that brought it by myself. We have staff here we have Heidi Quasino and Riley Carter. If there is a question, but I also, before I say the recommendation, we do have a direction from staff to staff. That staff be directed to review always stop control warrant process for rural intersections to ensure it takes into consideration the rural context and bring back a recommendation to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee before end of Q3 2025. And this is actually will work perfectly with the Rural Summit result that we've been coming, and then staff is gonna look at the rural intersections reviews anyway. So is staff okay with the recommendation? Thank you very much. And the recommendation that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend that council approve the installation of all-way stop control at the intersection of Parkway Road and Sales Barn. Any question? Is that carried?
Carried.
And I want to thank staff for working with us. This is very important intersection and it's very dangerous one. So we appreciate all the work and the review that you've been doing to this file. So we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So we're gonna go back to item 4.1, acquisition of property at 5689 Ferry Road. We do have Geraldine Wildman, Director of Housing Solution and Investments, and I think, Nicole, you're gonna do the presentation for us. Thank you very much. So we have also Nicole. She's gonna be doing the presentation today, but before we go to this, there will be a replacement motion to the recommendation. And I'm gonna ask Councillor Clark in a minute to read it. Also, we do have a delegation, so we'll go through the motion, then we'll go through, we'll do presentation. What are you gonna do first? We'll do the presentation, then we'll go to motion. Okay, that's okay? Okay, so we'll let Nicole start with the presentation, then we'll go do the motion, and then we'll go through the delegation. Thank you.
Well, good morning, members of committee. So as the chair mentioned, my name is Nicole Hoover-Bianash, and I am the new director of the city's climate change and resiliency service area. So it's a pleasure to join ERAC this morning for my first committee in this new role. So I'm here with Nick Stowe, who is our program manager of natural systems, to provide a brief overview of the natural area acquisition program, the proposed purchase of 5689 Ferry Road, and next steps if council is to approve this acquisition. So we're also joined by Stephen O'Brien, who is the program manager of acquisition and valuation, to address any questions that members of committee may have. And as members of committee are aware, this report was originally approved by the Finance and Corporate Services Committee and was referred to ERAC by council to ensure that the rural perspective was sought on the proposed property acquisition, given that it relates to environmental protection in the city's rural communities. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this report is twofold. It's to seek council's approval of the acquisition of 5689 Ferry Road under the city's Rural Natural Areas Acquisition Program, which aligns with implementing policies in the city's official plan, which are geared towards sustaining the city's natural heritage systems. And the second recommendation, to delegate authority to the Director of Housing Solutions and Investment Services to enter into a purchase agreement for the acquisition of this property. Next slide, please. So in terms of background on the Rural Natural Area Acquisition Program, so the Province of Ontario's planning statement directs municipalities to identify and to sustain natural heritage systems, ensuring the long-term maintenance, the restoration and improvement of natural features and their connections. The city's official plan aligns with this direction through the Natural Heritage System overlay, as well as through supporting policies, which were approved by council in 2021 and by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in 2022. And this policy, or one of the policies, includes the no net loss policy for rural wetlands and forests. So in 2022, council approved the rural areas acquisition capital budget to support these goals and further approved funding in each year since, including the 2025 budget to support rural natural area property acquisitions. So today's recommended acquisition directly supports the implementation of both provincial and the city's natural heritage directions and policies. So I'll now pass things over to Nick.
Pardon me. So we evaluate properties on five criteria. The two criteria in red are the most important criteria because they speak directly to the policies in the official plan. The first one, the property falls within the natural heritage system overlay or along a major water body or waterway. This speaks to policy 4.8.12 in the official plan, which says that the city shall seek to improve the long-term integrity and connectivity of the natural heritage system through land use planning, development processes, acquisition and conservation of land, and support for voluntary private land conservation and stewardship. The second criterion is reforestation or wetland restoration potential on the property. And this speaks to policy 4.8.15 of the plan. The city shall take a no net loss approach with respect to evaluated wetlands deemed not provincially significant and forest cover outside the urban area and designated villages. Mechanisms for achieving no net loss include land use planning, development processes, acquisition and conservation of land, and support for voluntary private land conservation and stewardship. We also take a look at the affordability of the property, and we look at that in terms of the asking price. Does it reflect fair market value? We look at the ecological value of the property from a subjective point of view. And we also look at whether or not we have sufficient funds in our acquisition and stewardship account for the property. We also consider whether we have partners who can share in either the upfront or long-term costs of managing or restoring the property. And then we assess opportunities on whether acquisition or stewardship would conflict with other policies of the plan, for example, the city's growth management policies. Next slide, please. So acquisition of properties of this sort are critical for implementing the policies of the plan. We are continually looking at opportunities as they arise, and this is the best opportunity that we have seen in a number of years for contributing to the city's official plan goals. We've been aware of this general area and of this particular property for more than a decade. It was put up for sale in 2023. It meets all of our evaluation criteria, and as I've said, it is the most promising property that we have considered in the last number of years. In terms of specific conservation values, as shown in the the figure on the left, it is split between a core natural area and a natural linkage area in the city's plan. It is also part of a regional landscape corridor that extends across the Ottawa River into West Quebec. The property contains mature forest with high value as wildlife habitat and probable habitat for species at risk. The property contains an Ottawa River wetland with very high value as aquatic habitat, including as fish spawning, fish nursery area. It contains undeveloped shoreline with high value as wildlife habitat. And it has many options for improvement and restoration, which you can see in the right-hand figure. There are areas for tree planting on the property. There is the opportunity for wetland and stream restoration. And there is an opportunity for meadowland or pasture land restoration if that is something that we want to do on that property. The property also has cultural and historic values. The property does contain an original 1835 cabin. And the property has high potential for Indigenous archaeological sites given its location and proximity to other known sites in the area. Next slide, please. So the cost of the property was an important consideration for staff, but we did feel it was justified by the conservation value of the property and the opportunities it provides. It is well within the appraised market value. We have the funds available in our stewardship and acquisition account. The expenditure still leaves the city with enough funds to pursue other opportunities as they do arise. We anticipate being able to access provincial or federal fundings for support of restoration and stewardship activities, especially through partnerships with other organizations such as Conservation Authority or Ducks Unlimited, organizations of that sort. The long-term management costs will depend upon the management objectives and the management plan. If we keep the management plan to simple conservation and restoration of the property, the long-term costs will be minimal, really no more than we would see with any other natural area held by the city. But if we find through consultation with the local community that there is also a desire for some low-impact, passive recreational opportunities, then there may be some associated costs with those, and we would have to consider those costs in looking at that management plan. Next slide, please. So if council approves the acquisition of the property, the goal will be to have a management plan in place by the end of 2025. The next task would be to translate our overall conservation objectives into management objectives and a management plan for the property. A crucial step would be consultation with potential partners in stewardship of the property, with the ward councillor, and then working with the ward councillor and the local community on a vision for that property. The key objectives are, of course, those which are consistent with the official plan. That is, we want to preserve the natural heritage features on the site, including the Ottawa River shoreline. We want to restore degraded areas and enhance natural landscape linkages, and we want to conserve heritage values such as the cabin. Other possibilities that could be in the plan, those would be determined through consultation with the local community and partners, but they could, for example, include low-intensity recreational uses like nature trails and education areas. And I'll pass it back to Nicole.
Great. Thank you so much, Nick. Next slide, please. So before handing things back to you, Mr. Chair, just thought we'd take an opportunity to summarize. So the proposed acquisition, as we had mentioned, it supports achieving the mandate of the natural heritage policies that are set out within the city's official plan, as well as achieving a policy directive set forth by the provincial government. So funding is available through the council-approved natural acquisition capital budget for this purchase. This property, as Nick had mentioned, is one of the most ecologically significant properties that we've seen available in recent years. And I think important to emphasize that if approved by council, the long-term management plan will be developed. Really important that we're balancing those social, the environmental, as well as those financial considerations, and really looking at those opportunities to be minimizing the costs ultimately to the city of that management plan through partnerships and leveraging federal and provincial funding opportunities. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. I'll hand things back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Nicole and Nick, for doing the presentation this morning. We do have a delegation, but before we go to delegation, I just want to also mention that we do have a correspondence on this item, and it's all saved in your shared drive. We have 7 of them. We do have Councillor Clark Kelly, which is he have a replacement motion for the recommendation. If this is passed, we'll replace the recommendation. So I'm going to ask Councillor Kelly to read it before the delegation will start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Whereas in November 2024, the City of Ottawa held a rural summit that highlighted the need for further consultation with the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee with respect to rural matters. And whereas the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee terms of reference provide the committee is responsible directly to council for those items outside of the urban boundary emanating from all departments, services, and/or branches responsible for issues arising from the rural areas or is with distinct rural component or impact on rural residents. Whereas on December 11th, 2024, Council considered the staff report titled Acquisition of Property at 5689 Ferry Road, further to consideration at the Finance and Corporate Services Committee of December 3rd, 2024, and approved motion number 20244818 to refer this matter to the next meeting of the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee for consideration to be considered by City Council thereafter. And whereas City Council motion recognized the proposed Ferry Road property acquisition under the city's program/funding with respect to the purchase and stewardship of important rural lands in the rural area should have been considered by the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee given the terms of reference. And whereas the city staff have not demonstrated that the purchase of Ferry Road property is critical to the achievement of the official plan objectives and the implementation of the city's land purchase and stewardship program/funding requires additional consultation and review from a rural perspective. Therefore, be it resolved that the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee recommend that Council replace the report recommendations contained within report number ACS 2024 SIHSI 0028 with the following. that the general manager of strategic initiatives be directed to bring a report to council no later than the end of Q2 2025, a supplementary report that includes a list of lands both outside and inside the urban boundary that could benefit from additional protections and conservation under the City of Ottawa's Land Purchase and Stewardship Program, and consult with all rural councillors and bring forward a report to the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee no later than the end of Q2 2025 that clarifies and updates the criteria for acquiring natural lands in the area to ensure the city's goals of natural system preservation are met. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark Kelly, and I want to also thank Debbie Stewart that she's here with us in the gallery for working with Councillor Kelly on that motion and our legal team and our staff. So I also asked Kelly to circulate that motion to the councillors so they can have it anyway, to Councillor Menard and Councillor Curry and Councillor Dudas. The way we're gonna do it, we're gonna go through the presentation and then we'll go to question to staff after, but during the delegation, we can ask questions to delegation and we'll leave the question to staff till the end. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation. We start with our delegation. We have first one delegation is Cassie Black.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hearing my delegation this morning. I just want to say up front that I am opposed to the acquisition of the proposed property. I have circulated a document in writing that the ARAC councillors already have on file. My feelings are that the city has not demonstrated initiating the purchase of the lands where the acquisition is critical to the achievement of the plan's objectives. Ferry Road is 4 to 5 times more expensive than the 2023 and the 2024 acquisitions under the program. There are significant potential financial risks specific to the property related to demolition, disposition, sewage, environmental spill potential, cleanup and cost, burial site excavation and/or preservation to add to the taxpayers' cost burden. There are also landscape or water feature risks related to quicksand that may need to be addressed to ensure the public's safety and security. There are also potential Planning Act requirements resulting from incurring additional planning consultant cost to conduct planning activities and to prepare planning documentation. Staff has still not provided all the requested information, and for example, the Phase 1 ESA document has not been provided prior to ARAC members being asked to consider this proposed acquisition. Furthermore, if you look at the Mississippi Valley Conservation Area floodplain mapping, they clearly outline that there are no provincially significant wetlands outlined on the MVCA map. So in other words, if it was a provincially significant wetland, it would be designated differently by the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority. Regarding policy 4.8.1 in the context of no net, let me get the right wording here. No net loss approach with respect to evaluated wetlands deemed not provincially significant and forest cover outside the urban area and designated villages. So in other words, is the city buying this on speculation because they're thinking it might become significant, or are we just buying wetlands anyhow? I also have a question on clarification, which has still been unanswered. I did receive a copy of the draft survey last night around 6:30. I was asking for the documentation that talks about the legal description of the land that's proposed for acquisition. Could someone please explain or point to the area on the survey where it says in the report, except part 1, and it talks about, I believe, the R plan or the reference plan 4R23277. So in other words, is there some part of this parcel of land that is not being sold by the seller in the proposed acquisition to the city? That part remains unanswered as far as I'm concerned. The other thing is there could be significant planning costs associated with acquiring this type of property. If there's planners in, they talk to this, but the environmental assessment, heritage assessment, site plan control, zoning bylaw, project brief, planning rationale, site grading plan, erosion and sediment plans, hydrology reports, stormwater management reports, subsurface investigation, sediment control, elevation, site details, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to go on and on and on. However, the point of me giving you this list of documents is whether staff does this or the city outsources these planning activities, it could be a significant burden to the taxpayer, to the city, aka the taxpayer. So for those reasons, I'm quite concerned with this. And if they're going to spend $2 million on the initial acquisition, and then there could be a bunch of hidden costs further down the road, what do we do with a burial site? Do we remove it? Do we preserve it? Do we fence out people so they don't fall into the quicksand? Are there security costs related to security and monitoring? Do we hire security guards? Do we fence out the areas on the Mississippi Valley where it says hazard area? So those are kind of my questions, and that's why I'm opposed to this. I really feel ARAC members don't have time at this time to make a decision without having all the information. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the delegation. And yes, we did receive your email this morning at 8:55, so we appreciate that. Our second delegation is Jack Any question? Seeing none. Our second delegation is Jack McLaren and Paul Johannes from Green Space Alliances of Canada Capital. Jack, yeah, please sit down here. You have 5 minutes. I'm sure you know the rules before, so.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for being here this morning with us.
Well, thank you. Like so? Okay. So thank you. I'm here in opposition to the purchase of this farm. I hear all the reasons why the city thinks they should purchase it, why all the things they think they are saving. And I would dispute just about all of that. I am a farmer from West Carleton. I'm familiar with the Vadum Farm on Ferry Road. It is nothing special other than it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a farm, kind of like the one I have, kind of like the ones all my neighbors have. There's forests on it. There are grasslands on it. They are used to their maximum potential by the Vadum family and have been for almost 200 years, as we have on our farm and as have all my neighbors. They have done nothing to damage the property. They have used it to its potential, to its proper potential as a pasture farm. That's what it is suited for. It's not high-quality farmland you could grow crops on, so they don't do that. So their usage is appropriate, and it's a sound, sustainable, long-term process or care of the land as they use it. Have used it for 200 years and can use it for the foreseeable future. There's no need for the city to own this property to maintain its use, to save it as it is. It's already being saved by private property owners, by the Vadum family, and if they choose to sell it, they have the right to do that. It's inappropriate for the city to own private property that is in the business of agricultural production and could be forestry too, I'm sure. As far as the idea that they would the city would see planting more trees, if I read these documents correctly, to have more forests for environmental reasons, the inference is that we don't have enough trees already. The forest industry associations, as I have heard them say many times at meetings, that they harvest in Canada less wood than grows every year in the forest. So it's sustainable. Our forests are growing, not decreasing. There is no shortage. There is no need to plant more trees for any reason. The forests are doing really well and are well managed by the forest industry. Agriculture is a significant industry in rural Ottawa, as it is across the country. And the Vadum Farm is part of that as pasture land. So there's no benefit to the city owning this property. There certainly is a negative. We can't afford it. It's a $2 million price tag, plus HST, plus how many costs to do all the wonderful things that are mentioned in here, which could easily add another $500,000 to it. And as the previous speaker said, we don't know what the total cost could be. There's no need to spend any of that money. The Ottawa taxpayer can't afford it. Its taxes are going up, I understand, because the city has spent a little too much money, if not a whole lot too much money, on quite a few things. And this is a frivolous, unnecessary expenditure that we should not be doing. The best thing to do would be nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLaren. Any question? We appreciate your delegation. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Jennifer Humphrey from Cafes. Thank you very much for being here. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, so thank you very much for coming here this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today to express unequivocal support for the city's purchase of the Ferry Road property for the purposes of conservation. I'm speaking on behalf of the Community Associations for Environmental Sustainability, CAFES for short. CAFES represents numerous Ottawa community associations, rural, suburban, and urban. Our members connect frequently in caucus meetings focused on 3 key areas: climate and resiliency, trees and green space, and waste and circular economy. Our Trees and Green Space caucus met earlier this week. There were 36 members participating, and they represented the interests of many more. The consensus of the group was that the value of the Ferry Road land as a conservation area is huge. This city has big ambitions. It aims to be the most livable mid-sized city in North America, and it aims to be green and resilient. Buying this land matches up with both of these ambitions. Our official plan calls for no net loss of wetland and forested area. This purchase contributes superbly to making sure that the goal is achieved. As well, the city's official plan respects the value of connected natural areas, allowing for maximum survival of wildlife and for optimal tree growth, with all the ecosystem benefits that entails. This parcel is close to Pinney's Point and other areas that can contribute to connectivity. We know that our city is seeing fewer birds than we used to and fewer monarch butterflies, frogs, and turtles. Those of us who have lived in the Ottawa region since the 1970s remember meadows of milkweed and marshes full of nesting red-winged blackbirds. There still are some, but they're on the decline. While it has been said that there are other useful ways to spend the funds proposed for the purchase of the Ferry Road lands, money for just this kind of acquisition has been approved by Council. The staff report clearly describes the attributes and advantages that propelled the recommendation to purchase. We at CAFES are not experts in land values, but in our view, the seller is offering the city a rare gift. As the Green Space Alliance has stated, opportunities to acquire lands within the natural heritage system at reasonable market rates are few and far between and should be acted upon quickly when they arise. This property was owned by a single farming family for 180 years, and now they are making it available as a public good to the people of Ottawa. How often does that happen? As you've read in the staff report, this is an important parcel of land containing both terrestrial and aquatic species and providing different types of habitats and micro-ecosystems. And with 40% of the land having been used as pasture, as was mentioned by our prior speaker, it offers the opportunity for tree planting, which dovetails with the mayor's aspirational goal of having 1 million trees planted during his term. We understand and support that a critical part of this goal is ensuring equitable tree canopy in urban and suburban neighborhoods. But the ecosystem services provided by restoring forest in rural Ottawa offer significant value to all citizens. This is not to mention the eventual opportunity for recreational activities. CAFES absolutely supports this initiative by the city to purchase the 223 acres on Ferry Road. It's a smart investment, protecting nature and enhancing the well-being of the citizens of Ottawa, both now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for your delegation. Any question? Councilor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Couple of questions, one for sure. If we were to spend this money on this land to protect it, and then a year or two from now, hundreds of acres were eaten up by urban boundary expansions and subdivisions into Ward 5, do you think we will have achieved our goals?
I think this gives it another layer of protection, and that's what this program is all about. And that's why we have this, climate and resiliency plan, why we have money set aside for natural heritage land acquisition. There's always danger to our land. There's danger to our trees from the emerald ash borer. There's danger to our waters from pollution, as we know, and certainly the whole nuclear pollution of our waterways. But you know, we have a plan for a reason. We have a plan to work to make this city a city which has a respect for nature, that sees that we are in decline in terms of natural biodiversity, and really works to change that and to turn it around as much as we can. Anyone who's visited some of the existing conservation places, such as Morris Island area, know how valuable those are to the citizens of Ottawa writ large. And I know I'm going on a little bit long on your question, but as you can see, the people of the city of Ottawa and the people of cafes feel very strongly about this.
Thank you very much. One more question. So this property is currently zoned in a way that could potentially take a group home or a bed and breakfast. Do you think a group home or a bed and breakfast on 200 acres would be more detrimental than an urban boundary expansion of hundreds of acres and thousands of homes?
You know, you're putting me on the spot here. I'm sorry. I do not know. To my mind, having a group home or a bed and breakfast, that's fairly benign. I mean, I don't see that as taking up very much of the 223 acres. Urban boundary expansions, I mean, you know, the people of cafes and many other people in the city who are not members of cafes feel strongly that we should be working harder to intensify downtown. I happen to live in the Glebe, and I know there's a lot of NIMBYism in our community as well, but no, we really need to add those places. You know, and I don't want to get into the whole Lansdowne question, but indeed, that will lead to some intensification, which is important. So we shouldn't have to expand the boundary. And the infrastructure costs, people talk about taxes and what will happen if we spend a couple $1 million on a property. What will happen to taxes when we build Taywin and send the infrastructure out there? So I really think that's a huge question, but thank you so much, and thank you for listening. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
Council
Just,
Kid?
just one quick one. The group you mentioned convened to discuss this parcel in particular. Was there a rural representation in that group?
I apologize. I was not clear. That was a Trees and Green Space Caucus, and we meet quarterly. And this issue came up as part of the meeting. It was not a special meeting on it. There were definitely representatives from rural communities. There was someone from, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I
Okay,
don't know
that's
the
okay.
names of the,
Thank
but there
you.
was someone from Ward 5. I cannot remember who it was. There was someone from out near the Marlborough Forest.
Okay,
That's, yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Sorry, I'm an urbanite, a glebite, but I have been to many of these conservation areas and I love them. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and we appreciate your answer to the questions.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for being here
Mr.
this
Chair.
morning. So we actually have a typo on our delegation, and we skip Mr. Paul Johannes from Green Space Alliance of Canada. So Paul, if you're on, are you on the line?
Yes, I've just been promoted now to the,
Good morning,
be-
Paul.
yeah,
You
good
have
morning.
5 minutes, and thank you for being here. Sorry for the mix-up this morning.
No, thanks. It all worked out okay. Here I am. So, good morning, members of ARAC. I'm here today on behalf of the Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital. We're a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to protecting and preserving green space in the greater Ottawa-Gatineau area. So you can imagine that the Green Space Alliance fully supports staff's recommendation for the city to acquire the property on Ferry Road for conservation purposes. It's a riverfront 223-acre property, part forest covered, part open space, and it would make a major and welcome addition to the public green spaces that dot the Ottawa River shoreline. So from Sheila McKee Park down at the beginning of Sixth Line Road to Penny's Point, kind of halfway. And now this property, sort of at the western end, would add another access point for public use, conservation and recreational, depending on the programming that gets done in this area. But a welcome addition to access the river, which, from Shirley's Bay west, there's just not very many access points. And so this provides something for the city of Ottawa, broadly speaking. Now, the shoreline lands, as Nick Stowe explained, are part of the natural heritage system. They're core natural areas or natural linkage areas in the official plan. And as such, they're subject to a higher standard of protection already, just the fact that they are part of the natural heritage system, available under the official plan. But really, overall, though, in the long term, for conservation purposes, the highest level of protection is public ownership. I mean, that's kind of the gold standard. If we really want to preserve and conserve natural features like this in the long term, public ownership is the strongest protection we have. So the official plan calls for this kind of ongoing protection for natural heritage systems. It was already referenced, policy 4.1.8.2 of the official plan. The city shall seek to improve the long-term integrity and connectivity of the natural heritage system through land use planning, development processes, acquisitions, and conservation of land. So it's a very explicit means that the city has at its disposal to achieve its objectives. So it's very much aligned with provincial policy and the city's official plan. And as someone just quoted our submission just a minute ago, opportunities to acquire lands within the natural heritage system at reasonable market rates are few and far between and should be acted upon quickly when they arise. It's a very opportunistic thing, and they don't come by very often. I think Nick Stowe mentioned how they hadn't seen this quality and this type of opportunity for a long time. So I would urge the members of the committee that although this is located in the rural area, that they think of it from a citywide perspective, because it adds really to the city's overall long-term preservation and conservation of green space, and urge you to support staff's recommendation to acquire these lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johannes. See if any question for you here. Okay, Councilor Clark Kelly, have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here today, Paul. And I don't disagree with you that public ownership is probably the highest form of protection that you can provide to land. I would also concede that this particular piece of property ticks a lot of boxes. But one thing that I picked up on what you said, and I think we're certainly in agreement on this, and that this is an opportunistic thing. This land does tick boxes, but I am unconvinced that it actually protects the property from any risk. Would you concede that given that this property is 31 kilometers from the urban boundary and zoned RU, that there could or is likely to be properties in the city of Ottawa that are at greater risk that could benefit from an investment like this?
It's the opportunistic part is not so much where the lands are. It's whether or not they're available. It's whether or not there's an opportunity to actually purchase it. So yeah, we could do an inventory of all the parcels around the urban boundary and look at all of them and see. Anyways, those are already all bought out, and they're already very, very, very expensive. That exercise could be done. I've seen the motion. I've seen, asking for information and more information to do maybe some more comparative analysis. And, I can't really argue with that either. That's something that is reasonable. However, it really comes down to, what's on sale now. And this one happens to be now. So we should act on it.
Thank you very much. I agree. I just think my only comment would be, it would be a shame if we found a piece of property that needed more protection and we didn't have the money because we spent $2 million on a property that didn't require it. So certainly I think we're on the same page on a lot of things, and appreciate your time here today, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Paul, for your presentation to the committee this morning. Our next presenter is Judy Macken, and I think she's here on the. Thank you for coming this morning. Your mic is ready and you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kelly has some slides that I have. Oh, wonderful. This is my first time doing a PowerPoint presentation. I'm a little nervous. So I'm a Ward 5 resident. I've lived in a rural area of Ottawa for more than 30 years. And as Clark will confirm, I'm very actively involved in many local community associations, organizations. Clark was quite correct when he said his residents often question city spending, and you've heard a couple of them this morning. We can be quite strident in our criticisms of city spending. And you attended the Rural Summit, so you heard from us how we think about that kind of thing. But there's one thing we know as rural residents. We know the value of land, and we know how important it is to protect land to hand it on to future generations. That is near to our hearts. I want to remind you of a couple of precedents that I'm aware of since I moved to the rural area, where rural residents welcomed the purchase of conservation properties. One was, I was directly involved, late 1990s, a for sale sign went up at the YMCA property on 6th Line. To our shock, they told us they were desperate to raise funds. We worked closely with our then regional councillor, Alex Munter, and the new city of Ottawa proudly announced that purchase, one of her first acts, I believe 1999 or 2000. So that purchase has protected that 80 acres or so for the last 25 years. Thousands of children have attended summer camp there, and many of us have walked in the riverfront trails down to the Ottawa River. Since named Sheila McKee Park to commemorate the active involvement of Sheila. A second example was when the city purchased over 200 acres of rugged wilderness property on Thomas Dolan. This is known as the Carp Barrens. That property was already slated for development. It was, a minute away from being turned into a large country estate development. That conservation is being managed by a local group called Friends of Carp Hills, to which I was a founding member. It is carefully conserved and preserved, as Nick Stowe will confirm. Vast areas are set aside for no human trespassing, but several trails are available, and there are hundreds of mountain bikers and hikers that visit the area every year. So you've done this before. It's worked out really well. You have the mandate and you have the funds. But why should you consider this particular property? I decided I couldn't honestly be convincing if I hadn't visited it myself. I don't know, have any of you visited the property? Good. I have, no worries. I took some photos and Kelly's going to show you a couple of them. Now, it was a very cold day this week. Nevertheless, what I did was I drove up Ferry Road to the waterfront. I then circled around and I drove up the western side of the property on Cannon Smith, and I took some photos. The next photo. From the front, this property doesn't look very impressive. This is the road view. It's a long driveway. There's a house back there. As Jack has said, former pasture land, so what? Nevertheless, at the waterfront, right beside the ferry, is the beginnings of a 2,000 plus feet of natural waterfront. And next slide. A view of the Quillon. There's the driveway. Next. That's pasture land. Go ahead. View of Quillon from that waterfront. Right beside the ferry, the opportunities for whatever the city wanted to do there with a little park or whatever are obvious. There's wildlife tracks everywhere, and the next slide shows a few. Actually, and we'll get to them later. The neighbor next door came over to ask if I was lost, and he confirmed that there's wildlife all over the place. There's deer all over the roads. There's coyotes. There's birds, all kinds of wildlife there. Next, I drove down Cannon Smith Road and I saw this wonderful mature forest. These are big trees. You can just show the next one too. These are big trees. These are not little plantings. These are huge, big trees. And the next one. These are wildlife tracks. They're everywhere. Lots of deer tracks, as they say. Little squirrel came out to say hello. Next. I contacted the realtor and I thought she must have a real estate listing. So sure enough, she did. This is just one of her photos. Obviously, I didn't do that. This is the waterfront. This is exceptional, natural waterfront. This is very, very rare. And the next one are the trees. I mean, this is, as Nick said, like 100 acres of trees.
Sorry, Judy, you have 5 minutes, but we're gonna give you a minute to wrap up.
Okay. I just want to say, in my opinion, Clark, you're going to get an inventory. I'd be very surprised if there's anything else on that inventory that has this much waterfront, natural and cultural heritage, wildlife habitat, 100 acres of mature woodlands. Those woodlands could be cut down next week with a new owner. We all know that. They could be clear cut. Please vote yes. This is an exceptional opportunity and will be a legacy investment for future generations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. We'll see if anyone have question for you, Councilor.
Thank you very
Clark
much,
Kelly.
Judy. And obviously, I'm well aware of the great work that you do in the Carp Hills and that property that the city owns there, which you mentioned was slated for development prior to the purchase. Do you have any reason to believe that this particular property is slated for development?
I have no reason to believe that, no. But, as I say, the Y was for sale and developer was all ready to put up his condos, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, and I just would reinforce the point that the current zoning and distance from the urban boundary, I believe is protection enough. And I think you and I could agree that there are lands in our ward that require protection that we would like to see protected. I'm not sure this is the one for me. It looks like it's a beautiful property that has great tree cover already. I know the city of Ottawa owns property in West Carleton March, and I have been contemplating on how many trees we could perhaps plant with $2 million on property that we already own and enhance that no net loss factor in our city as well. So thank you very much for your delegation today, Judy, and for all the work you do in West Carleton March.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, and thank you very much, Judy, for being here this morning and addressing the committee. Our next presenter is Andrea Sissons from Rural Woodland.
Hi, sorry, fighting with my computer. I have a PowerPoint. Is somebody going to put it up for me?
Yeah, we're getting it ready and you have 5 minutes to address the committee. When you're ready, we'll...
So I'm ready as soon as the PowerPoint is up. Super, thank you. Okay, well, we can already go to the next slide. And my name is Andrea Sissons, and I'd like to thank you for allowing me to delegate. I'm with Rural Woodlands Ottawa, which is a not-for-profit association dedicated to preserving woodlands in rural Ottawa. Next slide, please. We are in support of the acquisition of this piece of land. As you've heard, it consists of a lot of very valuable forested areas, wetland and pasture, and those all provide valuable ecological services to both rural and the urban residents of Ottawa. In fact, the NCC did a report in 2016 where they gave an approximate annual economic value for the different types of green space in the NCC. And they valued wetlands at $59,000 a hectare, rural forests at $4,000 a hectare, and grasslands at $3,000 a hectare. And those are values for the ecological services such as carbon storage, filtering drinking water, removing pollutants from the air, preventing flooding, sequestering carbon, all those sorts of things. So this property checks all of those boxes. Next slide, please. We talked about, a previous presenter talked about rural forests, about the city finding value in rural forests, and it's true. Healthy rural forests provide benefits to cities. So healthy forests in rural Ottawa provide benefits to all the residents in downtown Ottawa. They're carbon sinks and a ton of other ecological benefits. Next slide, please. We've also heard that the new official plan says no net loss approach, and it sets a tree canopy target of 40% for the city of Ottawa. Next slide, please. However, Ottawa's rural forests are being removed at a unsustainable and escalating rate. In 2023, we lost 1,300 acres of trees. On average, over the past 5 years, 500 hectares of forests have been removed annually. And this is a lot due to agricultural activity. It's not just urban encroachment into rural areas. It's conversion of forests to agriculture land. So Ottawa is now down to 28% forest cover. Next slide, please. Percent forest cover guidelines. These guidelines, this information is from Environment Canada. 40% highlighted in the middle is what Ottawa's goal is. 30% is considered a high-risk approach that is only supporting less than half of the potential species that could be there and only marginally healthy aquatic systems. We are already below that now. We're at 28%. Next slide, please. This is just a little example. The white areas in this area used to be forests and are no longer. The pink areas are land that was forests have just been removed, and the green are our remaining forests in the Ottawa area. Next slide, please. As was mentioned by, I think it was Paul, purchasing land for conservation is a good solution. It's one of the best ways to preserve land and to ensure it does not get developed or converted to agriculture. It's a solution that the city has put aside money for. It's been mentioned as a solution for the Rural Summit, and we encourage this solution for this piece of land. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. I'm done. Look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and it's perfect timing. Just let me see if anyone have a question for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation this morning. We appreciate your presentation.
Welcome.
Our next presenter is Deborah Doherty. She's on. Hi, Deborah. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. We can see you online. We're gonna give you an access.
I'm just waiting to have some slides, and I just wanted to thank you for inviting me today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm actually speaking to you from my home in Overbrook, in Rideau Rockcliffe, on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, our traditional gardens of our forests, water, and airways. And I just also wanted to let you know that although I've lived in Ottawa for over 50 years, my roots are in rural Ontario, so I very much understand and it's one of the reasons I actually chose to live in Ottawa when I came here to university. The access to nearby nature. And throughout the decades that I've been here, I've been actively involved in engaging our urban residents and our new Canadians and our racialized communities and underprivileged people in engaging in nature in our communities, acquiring opportunities for them to explore places exactly like the lands that you are looking to purchase. In fact, I spent some time at the near Dunrobin at the Girl Guide camp. But I really would like to speak to you today on behalf of our Bird Friendly Ottawa team. Next slide, please. And one of our major missions, part of our mission, is to work towards a city that balances nature, wildlife, and people. So I'm delighted to see in the recent budget that funds have been placed aside for agricultural lands. We have a huge opportunity here with this land, and I'd like that is near Fitzroy Harbor, but it's in fact part of what's called an important birding area. Could I have the next slide, please? And sorry, can you go to the next one, and then we'll go back to the decline in bird. So it's the Lac de Chêne, Ottawa River Important Biodiversity Area. And this is supported by Birds Canada. And Nick was mentioning he was looking for partners for this if we did acquire this land. And I am absolutely convinced that some of the groups that have already spoken to you today, and groups like Bird Friendly Ottawa and our partners would be very excited to look at partnerships in this land. So it is up in the Fitzroy Harbor Provincial Park area at the top left-hand corner of your screen. And what an important birding area is designated, there are about 20 across Canada, and they're designated because there are significant birds that use the Ottawa River. So I'd like to go back to the decline in bird population slides and explain why it's so important for us to publicly show leadership in assisting with the decline of bird populations. Since 1970, aerial insectivore populations have declined by 59%, grassland birds by 57%, and shorebirds by 47%. This is a huge decline, and it is primarily due to loss of habitat and other issues in our urban environment. So this piece of land offers a protection for our migratory birds as they fly from the boreal forest on their route. It gives us a chance to provide food for them. It also gives a wonderful chance for the many birders in the Ottawa area to come and visit. So I would strongly urge council to have a look seriously at acquiring this land. I want to thank Nick and his staff for the excellent work that they've done in looking at this land as a piece of property that would preserve the bird populations and biodiversity into the future. And if you can go to that slide again, that the IBA, the other piece that I forgot to mention that's critical is that Birds Canada and other organizations are currently working to have this same area designated as a biodiversity area, a key biodiversity area, which is a global designation, and would certainly invite visitors to our capital, research to our capital. It really provides us with a gem, not only for the citizens of Ottawa, but for North America and the world. So with that, thank you very much for your attention this morning.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your presentation and being here with us this morning. See if any question. Seeing none, thank you very much. Our last delegation for today will be for this item of obviously it's Shirley Dolan. And Shirley, you're not stranger to this committee. Welcome this morning, and we appreciate all the work and what you do in the city of Ottawa and specifically in rural committee, and also your role and your participation in our rural summit. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Your mic is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking Nick Stowe and Stephen O'Brien for helping me to understand this process. It's something that I didn't really understand all that well, and they guided me through it so that I have a better understanding. I did do a written submission, and I'm going to kind of glance over that. There's a couple of things that popped up from some of the presentations that I'd like to address. I'm a landowner, so I'm pro private property ownership, just so you know where I'm coming from, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. I agree that we should be protecting our natural resources. I agree with the councillor that maybe this is not the property that we should be protecting, because I believe it already is protected to a certain extent. And again, I'll touch on that a bit further. I don't know if most people understand that in Ontario, private property represents only 13% of all land. So we are losing private property ownership, it seems. I don't know where we're going with that. Also, from a taxpayer's perspective, I think there are other ways that we can protect natural land, natural resources. It's unclear to me what happens after we purchase this property. I think there could be many pressures, financial pressures that we haven't considered. Most people, if they know where this property is, it's called Ferry Road. People line up on that road to get onto the ferry that's going to Queel. Sometimes there's a lot of people. We have an upgraded ferry now, holds a lot more cars than it used to. And so there is a little bit of a traffic jam along the road there. Have we considered that if we turn this into a recreational property, will we be building a parking lot on that property to accommodate people coming out? Because certainly I don't think you want more people parking along Ferry Road and interfering with those people that are trying to get onto the ferry. So just a thought. Now, getting back to agriculture and the environment. One thing that I was really appreciative of in the Rural Summit was the fact that we combined those and we talked about environment and agriculture. Not environment versus agriculture, environment and agriculture. I think there are many connections made there. There were good discussions, maybe a little bit of head bumping along the way, but I think there was an opportunity there for discussions between the two perspective disciplines. I'm hoping that that can continue. I'm not convinced that we need to go around buying property to protect the environment. Why are we not working with private property owners, leaving it with the property owner, and opening a discussion about planting trees, for example? Just as I'll just throw this out there. I have been associated with West Carleton and with my farm on Stonecrest Road since the 1940s. So I agree. The landscape has changed in terms of birds and animals, and also the plants that are there. But I believe firmly that farmers and property owners are the solution, not the problem. And I would urge the city to work with farmers and property owners rather than going around and purchasing the property. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Shirley. Before we see if any question for you. Well, I will ask you a question. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I appreciate and I hear you on your presentation and I understand where you're coming from. In your experience and whatever, I know you know the property, I've seen the property. Don't you think it's a better fit to have the Conservation Authority or someone else other than private property may be suited? Because I know the CAs have land acquisition programs, and I know that's what they're specialize in, and I'm sure they have the resources for that. What you're thinking of that?
Yes, I know you're very familiar with conservation authorities, and I know that conservation authorities were quite involved with properties. I think that there have been some regulatory changes now so that they're not quite as involved as they were. What I will offer perhaps as an alternative is a group called ALIS. And I know Dr. Stowe is familiar with ALIS. And it has a presence within Eastern Ontario, but I don't think it has a presence in Ottawa. My understanding is that ALIS works with farmers, private property owners, in order to ensure that the property is sustainable. And I would like to see programs like that rather than the city purchasing properties, because one, that takes the property taxes out of the city's coffers, and it means the taxpayer has to pay for the property and whatever ongoing maintenance is required there.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And sorry.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Shirley, for being here. I know you've made the point that, and certainly your background lends itself to that, but the private property versus public ownership, I think you've made your position quite clear on that. But I think you and I both, I'm fairly certain of this, agree that we want to keep our community a rural community. And that is something that I discussed in the 2022 campaign. Do you see potential for this program that we are discussing today, the Rural Land Acquisition Program, to contribute to that?
It's hard to say because, like I said in my written submission, I don't understand the program all that well, and I think there are many rural residents that don't understand it. If you get rid of private property, you get rid of the people. So I don't think we're in danger of purchasing all the private property in West Carleton, but the problem is I don't know where the program is going. I don't know what the end game is. My understanding is that the city now owns 10,000, and I may have this wrong, 10,000 hectares under this program. So I just don't know where it's going. Certainly, once you buy an historical property such as this is, it changes the personal perspective in terms of if it's under the city's care, then it's doesn't have that same feeling as it does when you have people on the farm, on the property. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Good.
Thank you very much. Well, this time I think we're done. No more questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'll ask staff to come back, and we're going to open it now to question to staff. I'm going to give an opportunity to Councillor Clark Kelly to talk a little bit about the motion and the replacement motion, and we can go to question to staff.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I will start with a few questions and then transition into some comments or let staff respond and then wrap up. And I think we've heard some arguments that I think are compelling that I have time for in terms of the finance aspect of this. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that today. I think we've already gone down that road, and perhaps I may comment on that a bit later or at council when this comes to council. But Wanted to focus on the role of ARAC here and then a couple other things. So given the clear terms of the reference for FinCorp stating that the committee shall consult with the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee on issues that have an effect on rural residents, businesses, or relating to items of interest in the agricultural and associated industries, combined with the fact that the terms of reference for the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee state that ARAC be responsible directly to council for those items, emanating outside or outside the urban boundary, emanating from all departments. So I'm wondering why this was not brought to ARAC originally.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask if maybe Rob from Clerks can provide some insight on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should note that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee did review this report, and its terms of reference does specifically state that to make recommendations to council on the acquisition or purchase of lands and buildings required for any purpose. That being said, the referral motion that directed this item here did also contain a direction to the city clerk to review the terms of reference of the committee. And as members know, it's very difficult when an item crosses multiple committee boundaries. That being said, the governance report that's also being considered next week at council also provides a recommendation to review the terms of reference in detail, in keeping with that direction, but in keeping with the Rules Summit as well. So historically, these types of reports would go to finance, but staff acknowledged that council's direction has been through the Rules Summit and this referral motion to take a deeper dive at the terms of reference. And the governance report has a recommendation for us to do that and report back no later than June.
Thank you very much for the clarification. And I think I have made the argument in the past that the terms of reference for both of those committees, I think after reading it, that it should have come to Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee or at least a joint committee. Originally, staff tried to use delegated authority to push this through. And despite the fact that I think the combined cost of everything related to this acquisition would exceed the $2 million for which you have delegated authority to use. So when I worked with the clerk's office, I was drafting a motion to revoke that delegated authority. And at that point, you decided to bring a report to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. And I'm wondering at that point why you decided to do that, rather than continue to pursue this property under delegated authority.
Chair, I believe that there was an anticipated motion by the councillor, and so it was decided by the director and our general manager to remove the delegated authority and go to council for this acquisition.
And in your experience, is that typical, or would staff generally continue to exercise their delegated authority if they were confident in that delegated authority?
Mr. Chair, I'll take that question. Thank you. So there was an administrative error or a misunderstanding in terms of what is included to determine whether it falls within delegated authorities. And so the purchase price fell under that. And so the recommendation was that it was within delegated authorities. When that was raised as a concern or a question, we preemptively made the choice that it should come forward and not to take that risk.
Thank you very much. And throughout that process, I mean, I was in discussion with the clerk's office drafting a motion. So it's my understanding that staff were also in communication with the clerk's office. It's also my understanding that it was suggested by the clerk's office that you bring this to ARAC. And I may be wrong on that, but that is my understanding. So even after the suggestion that you bring it to ARAC following the Rural Summit, your conscious decision was to not bring this to ARAC?
Mr. Chair, we're not aware of that recommendation from clerks.
Okay. I am. I will switch to the section under which you are attempting to attain this property, section 11.6 subsection 5, the official plan, which was brought to my attention by Nick Stowe and an email to me on December 2nd that you are using this policy to acquire this property. Section A, I don't believe is relevant here because none of those things are happening. So it must be B, initiating the purchase of the lands where acquisition of the land is critical to the achievement of the plans. And I know that I asked you about this, Dr. Stowe, at committee already, but I have a very hard time seeing that it's been demonstrated that should this purchase not occur, that we would not achieve the goals in our official plan. So is it still your position that if this purchase was not to go ahead, that we would not achieve our goals in the official plan?
Mr. Chair, it's my opinion that the acquisition of properties such as this through the program is necessary to achieve, is critical to achieving the goals of the official plan policies that council has approved, and that this is the highest value property that we have seen come forward in several years.
So is this particular purchase critical to the official plan?
Mr. Chair, in that it is the highest value property that we have seen come forward and that the program itself we consider to be critical, I would say yes, it is.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I just wanted to explore that one more time. I do, as I mentioned, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on the cost of this property, but given the fact, and I do support this program. I do. So I want to make that clear to everybody in the room that the program itself is something that I do see value in. But given the fact that we have tremendous budget pressures in our city this year, that we've raised taxes higher than we have in previous years, I have a hard time getting behind this particular purchase for $2 million. I think there's a lot we could do for planting trees, for the environment, for achieving no net loss in our city with that $2 million. But I also understand that this is a policy in the official plan and that there is money put aside for it. I am not going to argue that we reallocate the funds. I'm not going to argue that we get rid of this program. I am going to argue that this particular purchase, given the protections that the land already seems to have, that the money could be spent better elsewhere. And I actually wanted to ask planning staff, sorry, Adam, just for your professional opinion. So given the location of this property, given how long it was on the market, I assume that if this was a very attractive property for development, that it wouldn't have been on the market for this long. So given that fact, given its location and its zoning, the fact that it's unserviced, and developing a property that's unserviced in any way, would be very difficult to destroy the natural heritage features of this property. I won't ask you to comment on that, but I will ask your professional opinion on the development potential on this property. Is this property at risk of large-scale development that would hurt natural features?
Councillor, the properties in the rural transect in the rural countryside as per the official plan. Development is limited in the official plan. There's a possibility, I mean, I'd have to look at in depth into the property, which I have not, but appears to be a possibility of a couple of severances through consent to sever to create 2 residential lots, but it doesn't appear to be eligible for subdivision type development.
Thank you very much for that clarification, because I did receive some emails in anticipation of this this meeting from people who are supportive of the acquisition, but I believe by the content of their emails that they thought very much that this particular piece of property was in danger of being developed. So I appreciate your clarification on that. So now I'll switch to the comment piece. I think I've asked enough questions. I think I've made my position on this quite clear. This property is over 30 kilometers from the urban boundary, zoned in a way that nothing could be built or developed here that would really damage these natural features. It is not on services and probably never will be. This can't be developed in a dense manner or any other manner that would be detrimental to the heritage features. We have many pieces of property in this land that are publicly owned. There's a provincial park close by. We have a Morris Island Conservation Area. We have a lot of ag land, which cannot be developed. This property is not unique whatsoever. A quick look at Geo Ottawa will show that these linkage and natural features are all over Ward 5 and in fact rural wards, all rural wards, including near our urban boundary, where they are very much in danger of being developed and need protection. This is happening while our wards, and my ward particularly, gets eaten up by urban sprawl and urban boundary expansions. My ward used to be a lot bigger. When I drive home today, I'm going to drive through South March, through Kathy's ward, where there are 3,000 plus units coming. This is on land that used to be farmland that provided food for local people, where I used to stop as a kid and get berries and all kinds of produce. It was fun. It was great. It was great for the environment. That will now be home to a large-scale development in a Walmart supercenter. I don't want to see that happen. I ran on several slogans, one of which was keep West Carleton rural. I think this program contributes to that. Like I said before, I have no issues with the program. In fact, I support it. I do have residents here today who I don't think are supportive of the program, but I'm not going to go that far because I do think this will help or could potentially help keep our rural wards rural. I do think that this is a convenient purchase that does allow us to tick a bunch of boxes, but I don't believe it helps achieve anything that this program seeks to achieve. We must be both stewards of the land and stewards of the public purse. Let's make intelligent investments that actually achieve our goals as a city and a council. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark Kelly. And we have a question from Councillor David Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff and the delegates today. Certainly pleased to hear from the clerk's office that matters such as this will come to the Rural Affairs Committee, which is where they should come, whether it needs to go to another committee or not. It's important that our voice is heard. We heard from Mr. Brown from the Planning Department that development is extremely limited on this property, and a quick aerial view search on Geo Ottawa shows that the property itself has changed very little since 1976. There was a comment made by a delegate that said the trees on the property could be cleared. Well, sure, they could be, but they won't be. Farmers don't needlessly clear forested property. They do it to return land to agricultural production. They don't do it because they think trees are evil. I checked the Geo Ottawa Lear score for this property. It is the lowest rating available. That's why no farmer has bought this property in the 14 months it sat on the market. Nobody wants it because you can't do much with it. You can't develop it into a subdivision, and you certainly can't farm it to a point where the property itself would be productive enough to support the cost. I do have a question though, with regards to all of the buildings that are still on the lands and the burial grounds, which would present some potential challenges to the property. The one thing that I did take out of the report, that not only will the cost of purchase of this property be pulled out of the Rural Acquisition Fund, but some of the ongoing maintenance, some of the survey plans that have to be done, all of that is going to be charged back to the Rural Acquisition account, which will further erode any future potential purchase of another parcel or land that may come available. What do we anticipate the cost of all this extra work following the purchase, if that's the will of council?
Mr. Chair, the short-term cost, the main short-term cost, well, first of all, with respect to the costs around the acquisition, there have been some of those. There was the need for preparation of a survey plan, which is about $20,000 because of the unusual size of the property. There was a standard requirement for an environmental site assessment to ensure that there were no issues of contamination on the site that the property would inherit. I don't recall the exact cost of that, but it was about $5,000, Mr. O'Brien tells me. While we develop a management plan, we would need to provide very basic maintenance and security for the property. We would arrange that through Recreation Cultural Facilities Services. They estimate the cost of that at approximately $12,000. Costs beyond that would really depend upon what we intended to do with the property, which would be determined through a management plan. I think the big issue in terms of cost would be whether the buildings are retained or demolished. If the buildings are demolished, then the estimated cost for that is approximately $300,000. And then any ongoing maintenance or management costs would depend upon what uses were determined for the property through the management plan. So if it was, minimal use, then the cost would be minimal. If it was more, if there were recreational uses approved, then there would be some associated costs with those.
And if I may add on, Mr. Chair, so just not wanting to lose sight of the fact that certainly over the next year, should council approve the purchase of this property, there are certainly some of those ongoing operating costs, but through the development of that management plan, we would be looking to reduce that overall cost to the city. So recognizing that there are opportunities for some of those partnerships, but funding opportunities, as an example, through the $2 billion tree program, the provincial wetland conservation funding, there are private funding opportunities, the species at risk stewardship program and habitat stewardship program for so not wanting to lose sight though, that we would actively be looking at those opportunities to get the best bang for our buck in terms of developing that ultimate management plan.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. And certainly if there are other funding opportunities, we always want to leverage that, remembering that there's only one taxpayer. So if it's coming from provincial dollars, federal dollars, and municipal dollars, we're all still paying for it. You're asking the 5 members of ARAC and the 25 members of council to be investors. You're asking us to put money up to acquire an asset. And there's no one up here who disagrees with purchasing land if it's going to move us forward materially with the official plan and the other plans that are approved by council. I don't think that's really the argument that is playing out here today. The challenge though, is, and I agree with Councillor Kelly, I'm not seeing the reason why I should invest. Right now, the land is pretty well natural, and it's been like this for multiple decades. Nothing has happened. You're asking us to spend $2 million plus to have it remain as it is today. Perhaps there's another organization that could purchase these lands outside of the taxpayer funded model, and they could protect the lands, or perhaps there's a way for us to transfer these lands to an organization such as that. Certainly something we should look at. I'm still not seeing the case where we are at risk of losing what we have today, which costs nothing to the taxpayer, and to one of the delegates' points, actually gets us a little bit of tax dollars. I looked it up, it's not much, but there's a little bit of revenue there. So certainly I support the amendment that Councillor Kelly has put forward. I support land purchases if it's going to move us forward materially. There are thousands of acres in my ward that are owned by the city and other government agencies, much of it purchased through these types of deals, but I'm not seeing the case being made for this property today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've listened intently. Thanks for welcoming me in today, and the delegations are great, and appreciate the comments of the local councillor as well. Just on the mechanics of it, there's a motion here today that if it was passed, it would go to council to do an inventory of other lands in and around the urban boundary, inside and outside of it. And then there's another motion passed from Finance Committee that would also recommend the purchase of this land, of the strategic asset. So is it that if this is passed today and goes to council, we'd have the 2 motions there, and are the 2 of them mutually exclusive, or would the motion by Councillor Kelly eliminate the other motion from Finance Committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I should note the city clerk is also on the call if she wishes to add. The councillor is correct, both directions. The one from Finance and Corporate Services would rise to council along with this motion should it pass. The directions contained therein, and council will decide on the 29th on both matters.
Okay, that's helpful. I just I understand the motion from Councillor Kelly and I appreciate it. And I think it would actually be a helpful exercise for us. But saying that, Chair, I would be concerned about losing what our staff are telling us is a strategic asset that does not come along often. That is a rare piece of land that will benefit the city greatly over time. And that is my concern, is losing that opportunity. And I understand, I guess there's a certain closing date for this land. And I guess just to staff, if we didn't purchase the land right away and we did that work, the good work to go and look at other potential land pieces for the future, is there a chance we lose the opportunity on this strategic piece of land in the near future?
Well, Chair, the deal is that the acquisition closes once council approves. So once we get approval from council, we can close the deal. So if you extend council approval, I suppose technically that would extend our closing date.
Yeah, and I guess the issue that I'm trying to avoid is us fumbling something that may be a very good asset for the city, as our staff are telling us. And as Councillor Kelly points out, there may be other good pieces of land in the future to also purchase. But I just coming back to that particular point, are there any other major pieces of land of this sort in the city that you've seen in the last several years that would present the same type of opportunity? Just looking on MLS, when I go on MLS to see these sorts of things, it's pretty rare that a large piece of land would come up of this sort for this price, anecdotally anyway.
Mr. Chair, properties of this size and this value come up very infrequently. We have seen properties, I would say, of equivalent value come up in the past, and either the asking price was simply not close to market value, or we did not have the funds available at the time for the acquisition of those properties. Or in some cases, the timeline for putting in a bid on the property was simply too short for us to respond. So there have been properties that have come up on occasionally, but it is very infrequent. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, just, when growing up here, I remember going to places like McSkimming, and I know the school boards have some assets where they've got rural land, Bill Mason Center, other areas, right, where students visit, and it's such a positive experience on those when you take the school bus out and you learn more about the rural areas in Ottawa being such a unique city like us. So just the asset of having that, for the school board, I know has been such a strong asset. And taking the Quilon Ferry, I've taken that many times, and trips to Norway Bay or otherwise, and the area itself is a special one. So the staff have put a lot of work into why this is a specific, fairly rare piece of land and opportunity, I suppose, for the city. And given the cost, that's actually a very low cost for this amount of land. When you look at land costs in these areas, this is quite low. And so, I'm hopeful that we can come to a resolution where we can all come together and perhaps do a better inventory for the future, but also not lose the strategic opportunity for this piece of land. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, for your comment and your questions. We have Councillor Lulaf have a few questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I feel that staff and committee are talking over each other, arguing over each other a little bit. I do see the value in protecting green spaces, and certainly in saving valuable land while we see continued boundary expansion. I think that it's important to maintain green spaces. I live adjacent to green spaces. I have a lot of the same experiences as Councillor Menard. We've got the Mare Bleu Bog and wonderful conservation areas at Petrie Island here in the East End that we all very, very much enjoy. So I do see staff's argument here, but do staff understand the arguments being made by Councillor Kelly and Councillor Brown? Do you see why there's consternation when it comes to the current financial situation of the city and the lack of proximity to the possibility of urban expansion, that there seems to be at this time and in the foreseeable future no risk that this land will be developed in any meaningful way, that city policies do not allow for this land to be developed in any other way? And do you understand the arguments that are being made by some of our delegations coming out today that's saying that private property owners are fine stewards of their land, that, you know, farming practices do not harm the environment in any way, and that perhaps a private buyer could take up this farm and continue its use as it is today?
For you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor Lula, for the question. I would say certainly we understand completely the discussions and the considerations. And I think just bringing it back to this was certainly staff's professional recommendation in terms of where we see opportunity to achieve or to work towards achieving the goals of the official plan, as well as complying with that provincial policy direction. But certainly we understand and respect the perspectives of Councillor Clark and what has been discussed today.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, staff, for really doing the presentation. I know lots of discussion around it. I do echo, and I'm not going to repeat all my colleagues and the conversation. Where I stand on this personally, I voted against it at committee, and it's still my preference. I think there will be other conservation authority or somebody else to be able to do the acquisition. They'll have the person, I think they have better resources to look into it and see it. I don't see there is a threat from anyone coming develop that land. People who already own land, are you inside the city limit right now? They're having a hard time developing their own land. So I'm not seeing 150 people running and developer to buying that land. And I understand the argument on both sides. And I totally realize if you go around Fitzroy Harbor, you go down Cannon Smith Road and all these areas, there is a lot of land, and there is multiple other land similar to that land if you go down to Morris Island and many other land. So I don't think there is $2 million to buy land right now, and the pressure that the city have, it will be a great opportunity, but I'll leave this for another day. But I will support the councillors, the wards councillor and my colleague, but I will vote on the motion to go, and we'll have another debate or talking about it at council next week. So I appreciate the presentation from all the delegation, and I appreciate the concern from the resident and from the councillors. Thank you very much for doing that today. So we're going to vote on the motion from Councillor Clark Kelly. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 5.4. We still have another file to deal with today. So I see Royce and Melissa is coming to the podium to the presentation. So we have an official plan zoning bylaw amendment for batteries energy storage system. And just for the record today, we're not voting on any property or any specific project. This is simply process, and I want to thank staff for preparing presentation for us. So we're going to do similar process. We're going to go through the presentation. There will be a motion from Councillor Kitt, and then we'll go to delegation, and we can hold all our questions to staff after that. Saying that, I will ask Royce and Melissa to, you have the mic and the presentation is yours. I think it's all ready for you. So thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. If you can indulge me, I'll provide just a few introductions to the team for you today. This report is a joint effort between Planning Services and Climate Change and Resiliency. We have with me Melissa George Conway. She's a senior planner with Climate Change Resiliency. Nicole Hoover Bienash, the Director of Climate Change and Resiliency. Joining us online is Derek Moody, the Director of Planning Services, and Fire Chief Paul Hutt. The report before you today is really about a planning framework for battery energy storage systems. And it really looks at a spectrum of these systems, from large sites and storage containers that would have a connection with the Ontario Independent Electricity Supply Office or officer. And we see those being mostly within the rural areas. There are also other types of storage areas, such as on-site storage that businesses and residents can use for their own purposes, such as electric vehicle charging for fleet or personal use, or even partnering with Ottawa Hydro to provide some connection to the local grid on a frequent basis, maybe a few days of the week, for example. Those examples we foresee mostly being within the urban area, and we label those as accessory BESS, and more so we are recommending no site plan control for those type of developments. So I'll turn it over to Melissa to provide a presentation on a bit more detail on our framework.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. As there are a number of items that we wish to speak to today, we're going to speak for approximately 10 minutes. So we just wanted to let you know that at the beginning. So we can go to the next slide. In response to the large-scale expansion of electrification, battery energy storage systems have been identified as an important type of energy infrastructure, using batteries and associated equipment to store excess energy from the electrical grid, which can then discharge energy in periods of high demand. Battery energy storage systems are used to stabilize the grid to reduce peak energy loads, and this helps to reduce costs to the end user. They also help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and they can help integrate energy from renewable energy sources. They help communities become more resilient to climate change by providing backup power during power outages, and they give greater access to energy closer to home. In 2022, the Independent Electricity Systems Operator led the largest energy storage procurement ever in Canada, known as the Expedited Long-Term 1 and the Long-Term 1 Request for Proposals, which resulted in 26 BESS projects totaling almost 3,000 megawatts of energy capacity. We can go to the next slide. This is a graphic to help illustrate how battery energy storage systems are increasingly playing a role to support the electricity system in Ontario. Moving from left to right, generation of the province's baseload electricity demand starts at its primary generating stations. Power is then transmitted along long distances to communities throughout the province along high voltage transmission networks. Distribution lines draw from the transmission networks by stepping down the voltage to serve individual communities. Battery energy storage systems are increasingly being used throughout all points on the electrical grid, whether it's to support the transmission and distribution grids, all the way to providing backup power to individual sites. Next slide, please. Battery energy storage systems that are designed and built as a principal use are intended to store electricity from the transmission or distribution grid, which solely discharges back to the same grid. A 1 megawatt battery energy storage system is typically the size of a standard shipping container, which is typically 20 to 40 feet in length and 5 to 8 feet wide. The larger the project, the larger the number of containers used, as shown in this photo. The projects selected under the LT1 procurement range in size from 0.5 hectares to 8 hectares in land area. And they also range in energy capacity, ranging from 5 megawatts up to 400 megawatts in size. In terms of land use considerations for this scale of battery energy storage system, they include the proximity to the transmission network, being the access and the distance to reach a set connection point on the grid, setbacks from sensitive land uses, environmental constraint areas, and natural heritage system areas, protection against wildland fire risk, and fire safety and emergency response services. Next slide. There are numerous standards that apply to battery energy storage uses. In 2023, Hydro One developed a new standard in response to proposed battery energy storage system projects to be connected to their network. The Hydro One standard is comprehensive from a BESS permitting and approval standpoint. It contains setbacks to protect Hydro One's critical infrastructure assets. It also outlines required assessments that must be undertaken prior to connection, such as hazard mitigation, fire risk, fire protection design, commissioning, and emergency response. There are also a number of third-party standards, which are also set out under the Hydro One standard. These standards are used to ensure BESS meet necessary safety requirements. BESS systems also require approval from the Electrical Safety Authority, as set out under the Electricity Act. The Ontario Fire Code and the Ontario Building Code are applicable where a BESS system is intended to support occupied buildings. And municipal approvals are also applicable, such as zoning and site plan. Next slide. An accessory use BESS is meant to help a principal use to carry out its function. In this way, they can be used to help supplement the specific power needs of a site and provide energy resiliency in the event of power outages. From a public utility standpoint, BESS may also serve to provide power to the distribution grid to help offset demand during peak periods or to support specific areas of the city where demand for electricity is high. Siting of accessory BESS could also be built as part of a utility installation, such as a substation shown in this photo. Next slide. I'm now going to summarize the proposed official plan amendments. These amendments respond to the most recent provincial planning statement, which came into effect last October, which directs planning authorities to provide opportunities for the development of energy supply that include energy storage. Staff are recommending that a new section 4.12 be added to the official plan, which would set out the land use policy direction for the siting of BESS as either a principal or accessory use. As part of the amendment, the existing policies on the renewable energy generation facilities would remain unchanged and simply be relocated from section 4.11, which is meant for generally permitted uses. BESS which are carried out by a public utility would fall under the generally permitted uses provisions in section 4.11, with existing permissions in most designations outside of environmentally sensitive or constrained areas. BESS which are carried out by a non-public utility through a third-party contract are recommended to be permitted in specific parts of the rural and urban area outside of environmentally sensitive and constrained areas and subject to a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application requirement is to provide site-specific analysis given the context of the proposal to the surrounding area and to determine appropriate siting and sizing regulations. The city's established timeline for rendering a decision on a zoning bylaw amendment is 120 calendar days from the application submission date, where a zoning bylaw amendment which is combined with an application for site plan control, the timeline is also 120 days. The proposed amendment also sets out a mandatory setback of 150 meters from sensitive land uses, with potential increases to that setback based on the review of plans and studies which would accompany an application. And setbacks from the drip line from forested areas are also recommended. Next slide. To summarize the proposed zoning bylaw amendments, staff are recommending a new definition for BESS, which distinguishes between a principal use and accessory use BESS, as well as modifies existing definitions to include BESS. Principal use BESS systems are intended to connect solely to the electrical transmission or distribution grid, while accessory BESS facilities draw electricity from the distribution grid and may discharge to one or more uses on the same lot and may also discharge back to the distribution grid. New performance standards are recommended for accessory BESS. These include in the AG zone, limited to 2% of the lot area, in residential zones outside of the floodplain, built in accordance with the Ontario Electrical Safety Code, that they be permitted in any non-residential zone other than environmental protection or mineral aggregate zones outside of the floodplain overlay, not to exceed 20% of the lot area, set back 10 meters from any property line, and have screening from a public street or adjacent residential use. Next slide. Staff are recommending a process as well to address future requests for municipal support resolution associated with a BESS facility. The municipal support resolution is a mandatory requirement as part of the IESO procurement process for proponents to provide evidence of municipal support for their project. They are general in nature and are separate from the development approvals process. Under the LT1 procurement, bid proposals could be submitted to the IESO without an MSR, with additional time allocated to fulfill the MSR requirement. The province could still decide to award contracts to a project with or without the MSR. Staff are recommending that a process for future requests for MSR associated with a battery energy storage system be part of a report on a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment rather than as a separate report to council, and that council decisions on the site-specific zoning bylaw amendment and municipal support resolution be recorded as two separate decisions within one report. This will allow the municipal support resolution decision to be upheld should council's decision on a zoning bylaw amendment differ from the municipal support resolution. Next slide. This report also recommends amendments to the site plan control bylaw. As you may recall, amendments to the site plan control bylaw last November included BESS as a class of development to be subject to site plan control. Council directed staff to review if there could be exemptions to this requirement. Staff have considered that BESS at different scales and contexts and are recommending that accessory BESS built in keeping with the zoning bylaw provisions be exempt from site plan control. Staff are also recommending a technical amendment to the site plan control bylaw to change the requirement for site plan to apply to lands within prescribed areas that are outlined in Ontario Regulation 254-23. Last slide. In summary, the report has addressed the need to integrate BESS facilities in the immediate and broader community as they represent a key part of the energy transition. Staff has put forward a process to respond to future BESS projects that were awarded a contract under the LT1 procurement. Staff are recommending measures to apply to such non-public utility BESS in order to evaluate the appropriateness of such principal uses and address potential impacts. The report recommendations recognize the important role that BESS can play and also assisting public utilities to manage the local grid or as an accessory use for supporting individual homes and businesses. This concludes our presentation, and thank you very much for the time to present.
Thank you very much, Melissa. We appreciate the presentation. We're gonna hold the question for staff for later. We do have, before we go to the delegation, we have a motion from Councillor Kit to put. She can read it forward, and then we'll move to the delegation.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whereas battery electric storage system BESS facilities are an important and growing aspect of clean and efficient energy grids, and whereas ensuring regulatory clarity will help provide confidence to residents and proponents alike that these facilities are being fairly and properly reviewed, and whereas according to a 2023 report from the Ontario Energy Board, a typical electricity customer in Ontario uses roughly 25 kilowatts an hour of electricity per day, or kilowatts, and whereas based on the size to megawatt hour storage of other modern BESS facilities A 1 hectare facility could provide 50 megawatts of storage, which could provide power to roughly 2,000 typical customers for one day. And whereas based on the current staff report, there are circumstances in which such a capacity and footprint could be considered an accessory use, despite the intent of an accessory use being that these facilities be intended to provide the power needs of a site and are limited by the supply of the building's energy loads. And whereas the proper notification about proposed large-scale or principal use BESS facilities to local representatives is an important way to ensure that social license for these facilities can be secured. Therefore, be it resolved, the document 2 details a recommended zoning bylaw amendment to the report regarding official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for battery energy storage systems be revised by adding the underlined text below to the proposed new section 91A entitled Accessory Battery Energy Storage System, subsection 1CI. 1, an accessory battery energy storage system is permitted. C, and in any non-residential zone other than EP, ME, and MR zones, and outside of the floodplain overlay, either enclosed within a building or other accessory structure or unenclosed, subject to the following. They may not exceed 20% of the total lot area or 1 hectare, whichever is the lesser. Be it further resolved that principal use BESS facilities require notification to the impacted ward councillor at the earliest possible stage in the planning and development process. I can just say that this was a combined effort. I want to thank our staff for helping us with this. And essentially, as written, there was no maximum size for an accessory. And given the potential size of lots in the rural area, we wanted to close that loophole, even though it's not anticipated that a large accessory would be required. Just tightening up that language. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kit. And we'll move on to our delegation. First delegation is Angela Keller Herzog from Cafe. And Angela, you're not stranger to our committee. Welcome again to ERAC. And the mic is yours. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and we do have your presentation coming up.
Okay, there it is. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I've got a lot, so next slide, please. I think you all know Cafe's network already, previous delegation. So in terms of the overview of the presentation, there's quite a few key issues that we want to bring to your attention, but I want to actually cancel the issue 2.4. Where there was actually no new material in the proposed official plan amendment, but simply moved some text around. So staff brought that to my attention, so my bad. And also cutting to the chase, Cafes would like to oppose the proposed amendments to the OPA. We think this report needs more consultation. Next slide, please. So in terms of context, I'd like to emphasize that Cafes is here to advocate for an enabling regulatory environment. We're not here for any particular project. We understand BESS to be a very helpful technology. Next slide, please. So then, what are some of the main issues as we see it? We think that the staff report is actually suffering from a serious lack of balance. In terms of the provisions that matter. BESS is a very beneficial technology with economic benefits and energy planning benefits that are really important. And basically, the provisioning is just the restrictions and risk. And there's nothing to say that, okay, we need to kind of incentivize what's good about this technology. And that then results in a lack of regulatory alignment because a lot of the energy regulatory framework is saying, including the provincial planning statement, is saying, hey guys, we need this for the future of the Ontario electricity grid. And we also think that the thing is inconsistent with the climate change master plan. Next slide, please. So the main issues then is we see this as a collision between energy planning and land use planning. Next slide, please. And the outcome of such a collision, next slide, back one, could actually be positive, right? Because sometimes to, open things up and have a discussion. So we think that we need to be identifying pathways for resilient, clean growth for Ottawa. And that this is a real opportunity and a juncture of time. But another outcome of such a collision, of course, could be that we end up with too much red tape, complex, uncertain, and multi-layered new regulations, which we're afraid of. Next slide, please. So this one is the one that I want to cancel, 2.4. So let's move on. So we see, and my comments are mostly about BESS as primary use. We see that there is too much restrictiveness in the proposed amendments. Next slide, please. We think that basically there's every layer of planning regulation being thrown at BESS, like official plan amendments if you are not in countryside. So very narrow designations where it's allowed. And then boom, 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 so many layers of restriction. We also think that if we keep this connection between the zoning bylaw amendment and the MSR process, for the LT2, Ottawa is going to be dark zone. Basically, nobody's going to want to come here. Next slide, please. We have concerns about the lack of level playing field between utilities and the community and private sector. We also have concerns about lack of clarity on safety. Next slide, please. So our recommendations are that the committee not approve the staff recommendations as presented, that this go back to further consultation with key stakeholders to get this more right. There is, I guess, a big project hanging, so there should be a clear pathway for that project in Ward 5. And cafes will come back to committees with detailed alternative proposals before the Planning and Housing Committee in early February. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. Great timing. And I see if there is any question from Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to clarify on, you mentioned it's primary use BESS is your main concern.
Yeah.
And just seek more clarity because there's a lot of accessory use BESS potential as well, which is already in use in many parts of Ottawa. So just to elaborate on the concern around the primary use piece that you mentioned.
Yeah, so the proposal put forward by staff is fairly permissive on the accessory BESS front, and then is super restrictive on the primary use. And we think that's problematic, especially on the so much restriction side of primary use. In terms of sorry, I don't know which way to look here. In terms of the needs of the Ontario grid, BESS is going to be playing like a really important role. And Melissa, the presentation from staff at the beginning mentioned some of those. And so some of it is going to be the ISO that's going to be doing procurements that for the Ottawa area to have the capacity and the stability and not power outages in an environment where there's more and more demand and the grid is already so capacity constrained in our area. The energy planners want to go along the high voltage corridor. There is many corridors running through Ottawa. So there is no particular reason, we think, why a principal use shouldn't be allowed to be on a lot in other parts of town. I mean, rural countryside is I don't know what percentage of the total Ottawa territory would be the rural countryside where it's allowed, and industrial as where it's now allowed as primary use. But there's like all these other designations. And if you look at what are other cities doing, right? Or other municipalities, there's a lot of BESS being put both in urban, but especially on agricultural, right? And basically, we have a situation here where the agricultural resource area isn't just the prime ag land, but it's land classes, is it 5, 6, 7 that are also part of the agricultural zone. So there's a huge amount of land where BESS is not going to be allowed as primary use. And we're kind of like, hey, like we need these batteries. And like if we had a new rule that like the urban people weren't allowed to have batteries in their phone, only the rural people, like that would be kind of weird, right? Like we all need batteries.
Okay, I'll just follow up just quickly to get your thoughts on the setback requirements and the fire, some of the concerns around fire that have been expressed previously. And then maybe just if you can comment briefly on, I've seen some positive changes from staff from the initial report that's come back around permissibility within the official plan and the zoning and the 20% piece, and the 1 hectare I think makes sense as well. Comment on that piece too, the changing nature of it.
Okay, sort of two main, and thank you for the question, Councillor Menard. Two main parts of the answer. One is that BESS is an evolving technology, right? Which means that we don't really know what the battery chemistry is going to look like a year and a half from now. Is it going to be like way more compact? Are they going to have things that are much safer but bigger and bulkier? Like we don't even know. We know that there's been like massive international research on developing this critical piece of the energy transition, right? So things are moving fast, and I would argue much faster than the regulations, right? So we want to kind of take that into consideration in terms of determining like how this is regulated. Now, in terms of the setbacks, it's actually kind of wild, right? So we have the current state of the technology, which has some risks, and there's some risk of thermal runaway. So if you're in the city and you're living in a MURB, a multi-unit residential building, then you can basically be separated from a BESS container by like a wall. So basically like no space. So then if you go at the accessory BESS, then suddenly it's like 10-meter space required. And so Melissa showed us pictures of the shipping containers. And if you're driving past IKEA, for example, then you see a container like that that's in their parking lot, right, where they're charging their electric vehicles. So that's what we're talking about, a metal container with a bunch of batteries in it. So in the urban area, we're told we now need 10 meters as setback to presumably for safety, presumably for, I don't know, access to maintenance. And then if you go to the rural area, suddenly the exactly same metal container with that array of batteries requires 150 meters of space. So like, while I totally agree with the premise of the Rural Summit that we need to have some differences, right, in terms of what's good for the rural area and what's good for urban. In this case, we're talking about the same metal box. So why is it that in the rural area you need huge setback, and if you're living in a multi-unit residential, you can have it right up against you? It makes no sense. So I think that we should take a much more engineering look at the setbacks. Like, do we need like visual separation, cladding, cedar hedges? Fine, good. Do we need say like a safety distance? Do we need access for maintenance? But it can't be that it's so hugely different depending if you're in a rural countryside context or if you're in an urban area. Yeah. On fire. Okay. Fire is a community concern, and we have this huge fire in California right now. And I'm actually not talking about the wildfire, which is a huge risk. And we actually really, like Cafes very much supports the 10-meter setback from forested areas with the wildfire risk. We think that that's spot on. But for the accessory BESS, and in terms of overall the staff report, we think that there could be greater clarity in terms of, with current technology, exactly how much, like what is the fire risk and how would the Ottawa area in terms of the fire department, the training, the emergency preparedness? How would that work? And part of the reason why I think we should have more clarity in a public report from staff is because there has been a lot of also alarmism and I think some undue fear mongering, where we've seen some stuff where toxic fumes are going to travel all the way from Councillor Kelly's ward to Councillor Curry's ward and kill thousands of people in Canada from these toxic clouds. So this kind of stuff is just vivid imagination. And I think we have a responsibility to kind of have some more reasonable risk assessment of the fire and risks of these new technologies.
Thank you, Councillor Clark Kelly.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Angela. I clearly know what your position on these are. I will say I haven't heard anyone claim that toxic smoke was going to kill any of Kathy's residents, but I'll leave that there. Public support is going to be instrumental in ensuring these projects go forward in the future. I've just come from the Rural Ontario Municipal Association conference where we met with the Minister of Energy or the Associate Minister of Energy, connected with the IESO, spent time in sessions with other municipalities, rural municipalities on this very matter. The trouble getting public support is in no way unique to the city of Ottawa. We've had death threats in Tweed around battery energy storage systems, and I'm hearing you make the argument that these recommendations in the report are restrictive. But at the same time, I wonder if providing these more stringent guidelines around where they can go, what their purpose may be, what the setbacks are, do you not think that would actually enhance the probability of these projects getting the public support that they would require in order to be built?
I appreciate the question. I think that we agree that we need more public information, and that policy needs to be based on evidence, right? So we need to be tracking what is happening with these evolving battery chemistries and what's going on, so that things are evidence-based. Cafes has organized a previous workshop, public information session in Kinburn that was hosted by you, Councillor Kelly. We've got another one coming up that's going to be in Councillor Curry's ward at the end of the month. So we think that a good way to support the social acceptance of these installations is through better information. And that information also includes the benefits. Again, in terms of having a balanced view of these things, we need to take stock of the risks, but we also need to have a good understanding of the economic development benefits, the stability to our power supply. I'll stop there.
I certainly agree that the conversation could be more informed, and I think it's unfortunate how things did get off in Ward 5 on that conversation, and we did co-host that event following, and which was my attempt to help get some more informative debate happening and a conversation about it in the absence of an application. We invited the IESO, both of us. They did not come. I'm wondering if you could, and this will be my final question to you, who do you think is responsible for making sure that the information is accurate, and who do you think is responsible for ensuring this application process, which is not a city application process, runs smoothly and is well managed?
So do you remember the slide I had with the blue and the red boxing gloves? I think I stole that from the internet and it came from the US election. But I think this whole thing about energy planning and land use. So energy planning is obviously much more of a provincial, but what I think Cafes agrees, we need to have local engagement in that, right? And that's the whole point of the municipal support resolution, so that it's not that you have these, big ass energy projects being like imposed on municipalities and rural areas. So it's a shared file, but we also need to have this balance between the land use planning and the energy planning. And that's where I'm seeing like a real lack of balance, because the municipality basically right now, the staff, they don't have energy planners on staff, right? They don't have capacity, but they have huge capacity in terms of land use planning. So in terms of who has responsibility, I think that civil society, we have a responsibility to try to shine light on things. And when there is misinformation, we have a responsibility to call that out. When there is lack of transparency, we call that out. When there's not proper public consultation, like that's like a refrain you've heard many, many times, then civil society calls that out. So we have a piece of the responsibility, and then there's a balance to be had between municipal and provincial.
Thank you very much, Angela. We appreciate your presentation and answering those tough questions from Councilor Menard and Councilor Clark Kelly. Our next presenter is
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco Sirovic from IESO, and I think Marco is on the line. Go ahead, Marco. You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Marco Chirovich. I am the Director of Sector Engagement at the IESO, the province's independent electricity system operator. Today's presentation is going to provide a little bit of an overview of our growing energy needs in Ontario, as well as what we're doing to meet those needs as we seek to support economic development and growth across Ontario. And as part of that presentation, I will also touch on the importance of timely project development so that the resources we need are built where we need them, when we need them. Next slide, please. For those that are not up to speed, I'm going to provide a little bit of an overview of who the IESO is and what it is that we do. So the IESO is a provincial agency that is accountable in legislation to maintaining the reliability of the electricity grid in the province. To do that, we manage supply and demand on a daily basis, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And crucially, we also prepare the system for the future by ensuring that we plan appropriately and secure the generation, transmission, and storage to ensure that future energy system needs are met and that economic growth is enabled. We also support through that economic growth an orderly transition to a decarbonized electricity system, something that I will touch on later in my presentation. And it is worth noting that the IESO acts independently without a financial interest in the electricity market or any single electricity project. Next slide, please. I'm sure some folks, including Councillor Kelly, if he was at Roma, may have seen a version of this slide, but I think it's important to highlight the significant challenge that we see coming to Ontario and, frankly, the significant opportunities it presents. We see electricity demand is forecast to grow by over 75% by 2050. This revised forecast is higher than what was previously forecasted by the IESO. And this is being driven by some of the trends we see across the province: Ontario's growing population and significant economic growth. And to provide a bit of an example, I'm sure some folks are aware of the EV manufacturing developments over the last number of years, with investments by Stellantis, Volkswagen, and Umicore. These three facilities alone, when they come on to the grid, will be utilizing the same amount of electricity as a city the size of London. And that's the sort of challenge that we have to face over the next little bit and the need that we have to meet. Next slide, please. Now, it's important to note that these trends are not just Ontario-wide. They are also being replicated in the Ottawa area. Within the Ottawa area, we are forecasting that Ottawa demand could grow up to 160% or more by 2043. Some of the drivers of this demand growth are the same economic growth that we see Ontario-wide, as well as specific decarbonization initiatives, such as the City of Ottawa's Community Energy Transition Strategy, which is targeting net zero emissions by 2050. And some of our preliminary planning results as we continue to work with the community in Ottawa show that the region's transmission needs are continuing to grow as well, and that many of the transmission assets will have to be upgraded or replaced as they approach end of life. So what this means is that there is a need to continue to invest in the region of Ottawa to continue to support that growth. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of what we're doing to keep pace with this demand growth, the good news is that we have implemented a number of actions over the last number of years and are looking to implement more. The first of these, and maybe one of the more recent, is the completion of the largest energy storage procurement ever in Canadian history. That combined with the energy storage and generation that it secured, will be able to meet needs through the 2020s. As we turn our attention to the 2030s, you will see that we will be launching in short order a new long-term procurement that will be targeting resources that will be coming into service 2030 and beyond. We also recently announced a new 12-year energy efficiency framework, and we are going to be recontracting existing facilities that are coming off their first contracts at competitive rates to ensure that we are bringing value to Ontario ratepayers. And as I mentioned previously, none of this is possible without increased investments in transmission across the province and specifically in the Ottawa area. Next slide, please. Now, the most recent action that we took, as Melissa mentioned earlier, was the ELT1 and LT1 RFPs. The long-term RFP, the LT1 RFP, acquired 13 projects, 10 of which were energy storage projects. And to put into perspective the impact that these projects will have, these 10 energy storage projects, when connected to the grid, will be able to, at peak hours, offset the usage of a city the size of Ottawa. So it's a very significant investment that is going to make sure that reliability needs continue to be met through the end of this decade. And this includes the battery storage projects that were procured in Ottawa. Noting that these resources, when they come online, will pair with the resources we currently have on the grid to continue to diversify and grow Ontario's supply mix. And importantly, from our planning perspective, it's important that these resources come into service when they're required, and if possible, early. So in the case of the contracts that we signed with the LT1 RFP proponents, May 2028 is a bit of an inflection point where if those dates are missed, these facilities will incur certain penalties, and we are certainly encouraging them to connect as early as possible so they can begin contributing to Ontario's system needs.
Marco, I'd like to ask you to wrap up past your 5 minutes, and I know we all received your presentation, but I'll give you a minute to wrap up, please.
Absolutely, Chair. My apologies. So if we can maybe just skip to the next slide, and I'll wrap up very quickly. Following slide, please. Excellent. So really what I want to leave with the committee members today is the importance of timely project development. And we understand that any contracted projects must adhere to local permitting and approvals processes, including any proposed zoning bylaw amendments that are being discussed today. What I will say is that additional timelines to project development do introduce risks from a planning perspective, and really that is something we are trying to avoid. So the potential for any new administrative or permitting challenges to already contracted projects will introduce that additional risk from a reliability perspective, and we at the ISO are really looking to avoid that. And when we run our procurements, expect to see the resources that we've procured entering service in a timely manner. I very much so appreciate everyone's time today, and I'm looking forward to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, and don't go anywhere. If there are questions for you, we're going to start with Councillor Cathy Curry. You haven't asked any question today, so
You're letting me
I'm
go
going to
first.
give you the opportunity before Councillor Kelly.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. I'm so pleased to see you here. I just wanted to introduce myself that I'm the City Councillor for Canada North, which is home of Canada's largest tech park. And just to pull the string on the back of my neck, there's 540 plus technology companies in the tech park, bringing in over 13 billion GDP to Ottawa, Ontario, and Canada. We have expansions by companies and rapidly, like Cisco, Nokia, Ericsson, Dell, Renovis, Nordion, Sanmina. We have a demand for more green energy from companies whose headquarters are in countries like Finland and Sweden and other countries all over the world. We have demands for new entities coming in, mostly data centers that are looking for 100 megawatts of power, asking for us to come up with that.
They would like to be co-located in in Canada's largest tech park for good reason. So my question to you is, first of all, are you aware of all that? Second of all, your 160% growth number, does that include that?
Thank you so much for the question, Councillor Curry. Yeah, so I know our regional planning folks, so our planners that work with communities on regional plans and bulk system plans are certainly feeding that information into their plans as they look to work towards solutions for the Ottawa area, including those transmission upgrades that I touched on earlier. And maybe what I can say from a sort of broad-based perspective, the sort of opportunities that you're describing here are very much so evident across the province, which I think very much so reinforces the message for why we need to continuously deploy new electricity infrastructure, not just in Ottawa, but province-wide, to support that economic growth that you highlighted in North Canada and continue to provide opportunities for new investment. So the demand forecast of 160%, I can follow up to ensure that that includes some of the latest economic investments that you spoke to, and would be happy to follow up in writing.
Thank you very much for that. Just as an added comment, Hydro Ottawa, of course, is working very closely. I sit on their board right now. They're working very closely with the Ottawa Climate Action Fund to make sure there is a district energy plan and model for the tech park, given how much demand is happening every second. So there's a lot going on. So just to make sure you stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Curry. I didn't know we had the biggest tech park in Canada in your ward.
Yes, you did.
Thank you for being here, Marco. Just a couple of questions on the last round of procurement and then MSR. So how many contracts were awarded in the last round of procurement?
So I believe for the LT1 RFP, there were 13 contracts awarded.
And how many of those came with a municipal support resolution?
The vast majority did.
Do you have a number?
I believe it was 12 out of 13. I'm not 100% sure though.
Okay. And a contract was awarded to the one that did not receive an MSR, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the requirement was that they have a certain time period after contract award to obtain it. Projects that did have an MSR at the time of proposal submission under the previous procurement were awarded extra points. So they were certainly favored in the evaluation. Obviously, those points are offset by the price that's put in. So that.
It's my understanding after discussions over the weekend and early week at Roma that moving forward, the municipal support resolution will need to be in place at the time of application from the applicant. Can you confirm that that is correct?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. We have shifted the policy and worked with government to ensure that for the procurements going forward, only those projects with MSRs at the time of proposal submission will be considered.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess that puts my ward into a very unique situation. Do we have quorum right now? Okay, there we go. Having had to go through this, it is interesting to know and maybe interesting for my constituents to realize that the situation that we are about to embark on is totally unique and will never happen again. So I do find that unfortunate, but that is the situation that we were in, and I do appreciate you being here and providing that clarification, Marco. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Marco. I see no other question. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us. Our next delegation is Endroit from Energy Storage Canada.
Hi, good morning, councillors. Just want to thank you for your time and your public service, as well as to the City of Ottawa staff who prepared the report of which we're speaking to today. I am here representing Energy Storage Canada. I am their Senior Director of Policy and Government Affairs. I've spent the better part of the last 15 years of my career as part of the energy sector and climate change environment here in Canada. But here to present, obviously, in response to the report that was tabled. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Just a little bit about Energy Storage Canada. We're a not-for-profit, nonpartisan, member-driven organization founded in 2016. We represent more than 100 unique members across the country, everything from developers to technologists to local distribution companies, big and small, as well as some of the utilities across Canada, such as BC Hydro, Ontario Power Generation, Bruce Power, and many others. I want to reinforce that we are technology agnostic when it comes to storage. Obviously, the conversation today is focused around battery energy storage systems, but as my next slide will show, there's actually quite a few different technology types that are of consideration. Obviously, the report today is focusing on BESS, given the proposal in the area, but we represent all types, big, small, ancillary, primary, whichever way you want to categorize it. Next slide, please. Next slide is, I'll just go past this one. Thank you. So what is energy storage? Just at a high level, I think the first delegate spoke to this. There's a lot of different types of technology. We're obviously, again, speaking about battery energy storage systems today, which is a chemical type, but there are all unique types of storage systems that exist, such as pumped hydro, flywheel, gravity, compressed air, and everything in between. And all of them have, obviously, the knock-on benefits of reducing the amount of energy needed, especially during peak demand hours, while also promoting the use of what I'll call clean or green electricity, such as that from renewable energy resources, such as wind and solar, or as well as baseload nuclear. Next slide. So why energy storage and why are we appearing here today? As it's great to follow the ISO, because I think Marco really laid the context of what is exactly happening specifically across Ontario. We are seeing an era, if you will, of unprecedented demand growth. And the demand growth is supplemented by the fact that the type of energy that people want is also changing. He mentioned some of the larger projects that Ontario has announced, such as the Stellantis Energy Power Plant. And one of the large reasons that they chose Ontario is due to the greenness of our grid. In fact, our grid is about 94% emissions free. And when you compare that to many other jurisdictions, other than perhaps Quebec, because they have a lot of hydro, we are one of the cleanest energy systems in the world. And energy storage specifically helps to enable this by maximizing the resources that we have, or the new resources that the ISO is procuring, to help ease things like congestion challenges on the grid, which can offset the need to upscale transmission infrastructure, ultimately saving costs for ratepayers. So it fundamentally supports the grid in what are probably some of the most primary principles when it comes to electricity supply, and that is that it's reliable. It increases reliability, increases sustainability, redundancy, and is ultimately quite affordable. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just specifically on, I know one of the projects that has come in front of this council and is the focus of this report, and as Marco just outlined, the procurements that took place to secure the 2 energy storage projects in Ottawa are obviously as a result of great need and demand in the rising residential industrial power. Additionally, the projects themselves, as they stand today, will deliver over 20 years of benefits to local communities, as well as represent $1 billion in upfront capital costs. So there's many local benefits, but what I'm really here to focus on is some of the main concerns or challenges that we have with the proposal as structured in the report, and that's on the next slide, please. And that is something that was touched on, sorry, next slide, please. That was something that was touched on by the first speaker, and that's the layered regulatory processes. And Councillor Clark Kelly actually touched on this, is many of the concerns that are being raised by staff through this report are addressed in the requirements of the MSR, as well as a rigorous site plan. And I do acknowledge that, as Marco just indicated, one of the projects did not have an MSR at the time when it was submitted. It is my understanding that before that project will continue, a MSR is being sought. And fundamentally, what we need to do as electrification occurs and energy demand increases across the province is not introduce multiple layers of regulatory processes that hamper the opportunity for projects. It's been a great focus of many provincial governments in the past to reduce red tape, and we ultimately want to make sure that that is done. And by introducing an additional zoning process as currently outlined, there is a significant risk that that additional red tape would be added, as well as adding a significant time risk delay on the COD of these projects. So the City of Ottawa, through engaging in
Can I ask you to wrap up, please, Andrew?
Yeah, certainly. So I just, again, wanted to outline our main challenge or concerns regarding some of the opportunities that this report is suggesting, and apologies for going over time.
Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. I'll see if there is any question for you. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Jennifer Gautreau. You got 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. This is my first time delegating, so I'm simultaneously excited and nervous. I'm a board member at Cafes, but more importantly, I am here today as a member of College Board and a friend of Ward 5. Despite living closer to this room than I do to Ward 5, I'm familiar with the area off Markhurst Road where the latest best proposal is located. My son went to the first Canadian Forest preschool back in 2009 that's located just up the road from there. I'm familiar with the Carp Ridge, the rocks, the junipers, the wetlands, and how important that area is to the entire ward. I'm familiar with how hard the Friends of the Carp Hills work to protect the landscape up there. They've protected a lot of turtles, and they sustain a lot of trails up there. I frequent businesses in Ward 5. I've walked the trails and paddled the Ottawa River at Morris Island, and my husband's family has maintained a property in Constance Bay for 3 generations. I mention these facts so you know that I don't make the following comments lightly, and that I have a love and appreciation for much of the landscape and people in Ward 5. I'm here today in support of BESS in general, as well as the proposed South March installation. Like other speakers today, I believe they are an essential component to growing energy needs. I also believe they are a key instrument in achieving energy independence. One energy independence definition involves the notion of producing more energy than is consumed. This results in a surplus of power. We produce a lot of clean hydro in the region, some of that in Ward 5 along the Ottawa River. Currently, if we produce an excess of energy, we have nowhere to store it, and we regularly have to sell it at steep discounts to other jurisdictions. And due to the nature of our grid, this often means the US. When we sell it at a loss, ratepayers are the one that pay the price. I think the residents and businesses of Ward 5 and the City of Ottawa deserve the opportunity to realize those cost savings and achieve energy stability in the process. Another item of interest is how quickly battery technology is changing. In the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen a shift from lithium NMC, which is currently NMC, to the currently favored LFP, lithium iron phosphate, which is favored for the South March installation. But it's possible that sodium solid state batteries will be the battery of choice by the time South March breaks ground, should the project go ahead. This innovation has meant batteries become safer, cleaner, cheaper, and longer lasting, which of course increases return on investment and translates into cost savings for ratepayers. Innovation and being proactive lead to investments in communities, bringing jobs because of grid stability, and an abundance of cheaper, reliable, and clean energy. Businesses looking to set up shop in a new community need to know they can depend on the grid to support their enterprises. But it's not just new businesses that need this innovation. Dairy farmers need to have faith that their barns will stay warm and their milking machinery will work during cold snap. Grain processors need to know that their dryers will function during a late season heat wave. Rural landowners need to know that their sump pumps will keep their houses dry. Grid innovations will allow everyone to benefit from cheaper and reliable energy. The agenda item in question is bylaw amendment. I want companies to know that Ottawa is open for business by providing a clear, fast, and logical framework that is free as free of red tape as possible. I would kindly submit that the members of this committee allow this to inform their decision-making. I appreciate the opportunity today.
Thank you very much. I don't think there will be any question. I appreciate your presentation. I'd just like to remind the speakers and the delegation, today we're speaking on about the report. There is no project in front of us and there is no proposal. So let's keep our presentation and keep our proposal, our delegation on the report itself, so we can have this debate and this conversation and understand where is the concern. I really appreciate that. So committee doesn't want to rule anybody out of order, and would like to make sure that we're all on the same page. Our next delegation is Sarah Washburn. Thank you for coming. Mic is yours. You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Hi there. My name is Sarah Washburn. I'm a resident of Ward 1. And like many of you, I'm really concerned about the climate crisis, especially as a mother. And my concern for the climate has prompted me to volunteer with cafes. I am an active volunteer, and I'm also a member of the board. The decisions that we make today or you make today will impact not only our generation, but the future for our children and our grandchildren. And it's our responsibility to ensure that we leave a sustainable, livable world and city for them. As a community, we need to embrace renewable energy and battery energy storage as integral parts of Ottawa's future. And instead of imposing more restrictions on these projects, we should be creating incentives that encourage the growth of clean energy solutions here in our city. These technologies are key to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring a healthier, more sustainable future for all of us. And as we know, the climate crisis is not a distant threat. It is a reality impacting communities in Canada and around the world. Extreme weather events and rising energy costs mean that we can no longer wait to make necessary changes. The transition to renewable energy is no longer a choice. It is an urgent need, in my opinion. As Ottawa's energy demands continue to rise, we have to ask ourselves, how can we ensure the continuity of power when our grid appears to be so vulnerable? The last thing we should be considering is relying on more polluting gas plants. This is not the future we want. Renewable energy and energy storage projects offer a cleaner, more resilient way forward. They will provide us with reliable local sources of energy while helping to improve our air quality and protect our health and environment. I am very encouraged to see this committee addressing this critical issue, and I want to express my gratitude for your attention and dedication to this issue. I'm encouraged as a volunteer with cafes. I have been involved in coordinating the collection of signatures for a petition to City Council in support of renewable energy projects and energy storage projects. And our petition, which I'll be presenting to the city clerk shortly, has garnered over 900 signatures. About 13% of those signatures are from your wards. And we have signatures from across the city with residents from every single ward. Just if you'll bear with me, I'll read you quickly the short text of this petition. In the face of the climate crisis, we want the City of Ottawa to participate in the transition to renewable energy. We want our city to welcome and encourage the development of renewable energy and energy storage projects so as to enable Ottawans to benefit from energy affordability, increased energy security, and community resilience. In July 2023, Ottawa City Council paused the siting of renewable energy projects, effectively banning renewable energy and energy storage projects in any zone of Ottawa. We want the City of Ottawa to lift this ban, minimize delay, and implement zoning and permitting regulations that allow rural, suburban, and urban areas to benefit from these projects. Communities across North America and Europe have demonstrated that solar, wind, and battery energy storage are viable, regulated, and safe technologies. So, in closing, thank you for your work on this important matter. I'm hopeful that this committee and council will take the necessary steps to lift the ban on renewable energy projects, to reduce delays on reviewing this issue, to limit restrictions on the use of these technologies, and implement zoning and permitting regulations that will allow for the development of clean energy solutions across the city. Together, we can make Ottawa a leader in renewable energy transition, ensuring a healthier, more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your delegation. I have a question for you from Councillor Matt Roloff.
Hi, that's my councillor.
Hi, thanks so much
Yeah.
for coming today. If that was your first delegation, that was fantastic. Thank you very much for coming out today. Certainly get excited when somebody from Ward 1 comes to speak to ARAC. It doesn't happen very often. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for you coming out today. I think that all of us recognize the need to ensure that we are supporting renewables. I think we're seeing far more, especially solar projects in Ward 1. It's something that I'm personally considering right now as well. And having battery storage units in your house can help you to kind of ride that peak pricing as well, which I think is an economical argument to support renewables. On top of the other great ones that you've mentioned today. Sarah, thank you very much for coming out today. Thank you for your work on this and for your delegation. And again, if that was your first delegation, you certainly did Ward 1 proud.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor Roloff. Councillor Clark Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I agree with Matt. That was a very smooth delegation for a first one for sure. And I've heard a few times today, and I agree that we absolutely need to have informed conversations on this. And you know, if there are questions or issues, that we don't paint each other as being you know, opposed to each other at the end of the day. I think we do share those goals. So I just wanted to clarify, you had mentioned some sort of ban or a ban on renewable energy and storage projects. I'm unaware of such a ban, and I just wanted to point out that this very committee supported a municipal support resolution for 150 megawatt battery energy storage system in Councillor Brown's ward, and that I believe I am the only Ottawa City Councillor ever to seek a municipal support resolution for a battery energy storage system in my ward. So just want to make sure that we are having an informed debate and make sure that we understand each other's positions clearly. So just wanted to make sure that that clarification was on the record, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark Kelly. No more question. Thank you very much for your advocacy. We appreciate you being here today with us. Our next delegation is Nikki Trudell. I saw Nikki, she's on the line. Nikki, you got 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Trudell. I've lived in Ward 21 Rideau for over 45 years. I am alarmed about climate change impacts. Alarmed is a strong word. In 2021, 25% of surveyed Canadians said they were alarmed about climate change as well. Climate disasters are happening now and will increase into the future. Climate change, of course, is caused by burning fossil fuels, natural gas, methane, gasoline, oil, propane, etc. Mr. Chair, councillors, and staff, thank you for allowing me to speak regarding this item. I am committed to acting to reduce carbon pollution by advocating for clean energy generation, energy efficiency, and nature-based solutions. All of them are important. Individual actions are great, and I'm thankful to all my fellow constituents that are doing what they can. And we need action at every level of government as well. Making Ottawa sustainable and strong aligns with the key goals of the city during its mandate, a green and resilient city with a diversified and prosperous economy. Energy has long been a driver of economic well-being. Today, that energy needs are going to grow from clean energy sources, and legacy, dirty, expensive sources will need to be gradually phased out. Renewable energy, luckily, like solar, are the cheapest sources of electricity. Why is that important? Renewable energy assets can readily scale to address Ottawa's increasing demand for electrical power. Renewables and BESS act to provide climate resiliency in our capacity-constrained electrical grid. We've heard a lot about that already today. Of course, we are in an affordability crisis. BESS and renewables reduce the need for costly and dirty fossil fuel plant expansions. We cannot afford to increase fossil fuel-based generation, but that's not all. Human health and nature are being adversely impacted by climate change. Dr. Melissa Lem, Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, CAPE president, said, quote, "Worsening wildfires, heat waves, floods, and other extreme events threaten the lives of people across Canada." Here's some facts. About 1/3 of buildings burned during the Jasper Summer Inferno, with $880 million in insured losses. Hurricane Beryl impacted areas from Montreal to the Annapolis Valley. 170 roads were damaged due to flash floods in Quebec. About a month later, Hurricane Debbie resulted in damages in Quebec estimated at $2.5 billion. The costliest hailstorm in Canada hit Calgary and resulted in $2.8 billion in damages. The Don Valley Parkway flood caused $940 million in insured damages. Wildfires destroyed 5.3 million hectares of forest. And there were impacts on the East Coast as well. These events happened in 2024 from coast to coast. Remember, for every dollar of insured losses, $3 to $4 are estimated to be borne by governments, households, and businesses. 2024 was the hottest year on record, again. Now is the time to act together. Local action is more important than ever. Renewables and BESS are part of the solution. They provide local economic benefits and serve to attract new industries, opportunities, and talent to our city. Accessory BESSes serve to harden businesses and farming operations. I live in the rural community. I must value self-reliance. I know that. I learned this the hard way in the 1998 ice storm. I'm sure many others did. It's a lesson that I've never forgotten. Land use choices are important. Safety is important. Climate change is scary, expensive, and indiscriminate. I hope the city chooses to act in accordance with its energy evolution plan as a partner in allowing green, resilient energy to drive affordability, security, and economic prosperity. Thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Any question? We appreciate your delegation. Thank you very much for being with us today. Our next delegation is Raymond Lurie. Yeah, it's coming up and you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. So why am I here? Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa, we've been around for over 40 years and we've been dealing with batteries and we're talking about batteries here, right? So batteries are an important part of the EV transition. So I will skip over some of the stuff that's already been covered by other people. The need for more electricity, I think, is pretty clear. It's not just a growing city, it's a warmer climate. So when I was a kid, we didn't have air conditioning because we didn't need it. Today we need it, right? Next slide, please. So what are the options to get more electricity to Ottawa? There's really three main options. One is more power lines. There are things we could do to increase the capacity of existing power lines, but there's a limit to how much we could do there. So eventually we need to have more electricity get to Ottawa in some way. So what are the other options? Local production. So we have acres and acres of flat roofs in Ottawa that would be perfect to put solar, and we could produce that locally. That being said, it's the cheapest way of producing electricity, as someone said earlier. We still need storage because solar is intermittent, right? It doesn't, the sun doesn't shine necessarily when we need the energy. The other option is storage. Someone mentioned pumped hydro before. We've had pumped hydro in Ontario for decades now. And now we're looking at BESS. So next slide, please. So why BESS? Well, it's a very reliable technology. It allows us to have local storage, so a shorter path between the electricity that's stored and the demand for the electricity. So I talked about, there's limits on the transmission capacity. Overnight, though, we underutilize our transmission capacity. So what this would allow us to do in particular is to take energy that we would otherwise not be able to use and transmit it locally for redistribution during the day here. It's the least expensive option. Why is it least expensive now? And 20 years ago, we weren't talking about BESS. It's because batteries have become much, much cheaper. So now it's become a economically viable solution. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about the technology a bit here because of the associated risk, which impacts setbacks and things of that nature. So what is being proposed here for the projects that are being done in Ontario right now is LFP batteries, so lithium iron phosphate batteries. They're less expensive. They're less expensive because the underlying materials are cheaper than the other alternatives, okay? If you look at the picture on the right-hand side, that's a nail test, and what they've done is they've run a nail through the battery, and you can see that the battery, there's a voltmeter there. The battery still actually works even though there's a nail that's been driven through it, okay? Next slide, please. So you've heard of battery fires, and this is an example with an iPhone battery, okay? This is a different chemistry. This is NMC chemistry, which is an older chemistry that's more expensive. And as someone pointed out before, a portable electronic devices, not just iPhones, all the other phones and laptops and tablets, they all have that type of battery, yet we're using them all the time, and we don't really worry about the risk, right? So next slide, please. Now, someone mentioned there was a big fire in California at Mouse Landing just last week. The facility that's surrounded by red, that's where the fire occurred. They're using the older batteries like you have in your iPhone or Android phone, NMC batteries that are subject to fire. If you expose them to the air, most of them will spontaneously combust. So that facility, there was a large fire. If you look at all the other stuff in yellow, those are other storage containers with batteries all over that property. So it's a very large property. A small portion of it burnt, and they were all the older chemistry. Next slide, please. So they did, the EPA did some air quality monitoring because of this fire. And as it says there, they haven't detected any hazardous compounds. So even though it's the batteries that have the highest risk of fire, and the fire was quite big, they still didn't detect any health impacts. Next slide, please. So here, I guess I'll skip this. There's agrivoltaics, which is an issue in terms of zoning and what's permitted in agricultural use, but next slide, please. So in conclusion, really, the recommendations I would have is that I think the staff did an excellent job with the report. The only thing I would say is that it puts some restrictions that I believe are unnecessary and are not based on science or engineering facts. The ESA is already doing stuff when it comes to batteries, and they've got some standards that they apply that I think are more than sufficient to meet the needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your presentation. I see no question. Thank you very much for being with us today. Our next.
Is it okay if I just, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks so much, Chair. Just really quickly, just on it, because I want to get to this a bit more specifics on the report, because I saw a lot of improvements from the initial staff discussion about this, and the understanding has grown, I think, in that report, especially different areas of town and accessory use versus the larger principal use. But what specifically is the concern about the overregulation? Would you recommend changing in the report?
So the concern is any additional regulation makes the process more complicated. I think some other people cover that in a fair amount of detail, right? In particular, if you look at some of the setbacks, 150-meter setback and the size limitations, if we are going to put these in industrial areas, for example, and other places in the city, then that setback is not it's not based on any safety or any factor of that type, right? It's based on a setback that was determined for proximity to transmission lines, which is something that's a real fact-based, engineering-based concern, but otherwise it's not a concern, right? Same with the in-town stuff. So the accessory use. Lots could be very small, and industrial lots in particular could be very small. So the more restrictions there are, the least opportunities there are to implement these things. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Councillor. Our next delegation is Mark McGowan. Thanks, Mark, for joining us, and you got the mic, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do have a slide deck that we can put up. So I'm a retired technology executive, and I'm not opposed to BES, but what you see there is a picture of my lovely rural Christmas tree farm. And I really appreciate what the city staffers have done. I think this pass at the bylaws look really good. I'm just going to mention one thing really through this that'll make this point. What a lot of people in the city don't understand is out in West Carleton, we live on dug wells and we live on drilled wells. And we certainly have a significant concern that our water table and our water supply threatens our livestock, our crops, and our businesses. And should a disaster occur, and I'm going to get into that a little bit, all of this is at risk. So, we don't have city water lines running by that take care of a lot of our critical services. We have to do these things on our own. Next slide. So my ask here was, and this is really the same ask that I had when I was here in November 23rd, right? Let's make good setbacks so that people and technology don't collide. I did make a note here that Ontario Hydro and their high tension voltage circuits, they want a setback of 300 meters from their right of way, which to me, they're trying to protect their assets, right? So why would protecting Hydro Ottawa's assets be any different than to try and protect my own on my farm? Right, so that's why I was pushing for a longer setback. We can talk all day about the BES fires in Moss Landing. The reality is it's a very, very, very large BES configuration, and they've had four fires since 2019. Can we go on to the next slide? Oh, sorry, that last slide, there was a picture of what a BES installation looks like. Doesn't look like that's a battery farm. It doesn't look like a Christmas tree farm. If we can go on to the next slide. And last but not least, size matters. And to me, this, battery failure rates do exist, although they're very, very low. The more of them you put together, that risk starts to increase exponentially. And throughout my career, I've managed life-saving mission-critical systems. I understand how solutions like that get engineered. And I think there's still work to do. It would be lovely to see better battery technology that created less risk, but I don't see any of that being implemented today. So I think everybody's anxious that maybe these bylaws are too restrictive. They can be revisited. So I'm very thrilled to see the idea of having a bylaw amendment have to take place before a zoning could change to put one of these devices in place. I think, to me, that leads to healthy regional debate and then kind of helps form our ideas on what an MSR should look like. So size matters. I'm not a big fan of bigger BES. Marcia and I are considering doing something to make our own farm more sustainable, and we are considering one for our farm building, right? So solar powered BES, basically taking the building off grid. So we could go to the next slide. So, you know, there's some lovely, nice Parthenais out there eating the grass. And of course, if their grass is being contaminated by a spill or by a fire or by hazardous materials, then that's going to create a significant challenge to living in rural Ottawa and farming in rural Ottawa. Well, I should mention I'm also on the board of the OFA regionally. So this was my answer. Large setbacks, keep them away from people, put them in places where Ottawa Fire is prepared, where they have hazmat capabilities, where you can't damage farmland and destroy well water, and where people will not be put at risk. And that's pretty much the extent of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate you being here with us and waited that long to give us the great presentation. Councillor Kelly, I have some questions for you.
Of course I do. Thank you very much for being here today, Mark. And I know you and I have had many conversations about battery energy storage, and I want to thank you and Marcia as well for being very reasonable in your comments and your discussions with me. I think your concerns are valid. It does sound to me from your delegation that perhaps this report doesn't go as far in one direction as you would have liked to have seen it. We've heard from others in the room this morning where they feel it goes a little too far. That's usually an indication to me that we've landed somewhere reasonable. But I want you to confirm whether or not you believe that progress has been made here. And that, do you think the findings or the recommendations in this report will make these sorts of projects easier to sell to rural residents?
I think they will. I mean, people are talking about the risk of adding more time to the process. I think that actually adds more time for conversation and to engage people and understand what the challenges are and to hear both sides of the story. So I think the changes that are being proposed are good changes.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I want to thank you also very much. I know that we heard your presentation in July, and I understand, and I'm happy to see that there is some compromise. I know our staff has spent a lot of time talking and consulting with us and with our residents, and they heard you. And I think this report is very balanced, and they've done lots of work on it. But we appreciate you taking the time and coming here to committee to delegate to us. So we appreciate your time.
I would agree with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Monica Miller. And Monica, she's online. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hello there. Can you hear me? Because I'm having trouble with my video.
We can hear you.
Okay, well, I'll forget my video and I'll just say pardon me for the lateness here. And I appreciate the time that the councillors and the staff has put into this. I'll just start right into it. While I appreciate the work done by staff to prepare this report, I cannot say that the measures put in place to guide best projects gives me a feeling of safety and security. The report recommends a minimum of setback of 150 meters be used as a baseline setback from sensitive land uses, i.e. residential use buildings, daycare, place of worship, school, library, community center, community health and resource center, open space, park, and institutional use. The potential increases to that setback based on the review of plans and studies, which would accompany any application for a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, including fire protection and emergency response plans. Now, following the most recent runway fire at Moss Landing in California at Abess, the starting point for the offset of 150 meters is concerning. Most of us know that once started, a best fire is likely to be left to burn out. Residents are sometimes asked to shelter in place or evacuate, and it puts a huge strain on emergency personnel such as fire and police. Now, those in favor of BESS will say that the risk is low. I don't see it that way. There is no official tracking of BESS fires in Canada, North America, or the world. And there is an unofficial accounting by industry, if you look online, in an attempt to improve. It's actually called Best Failure Incident Database, if you just look at that online. Now, when I first discovered that this database, there were 69 recorded failures. A little more than a year later, there are now 91 entries, including the latest disaster in Moss Landing, which most of us spoke about here today. According to the Associated Press, reporting on the Best Fire, an engineering professor at Princeton University said that no matter what kind of lithium battery you use, when you reach a certain size, it's inherently very dangerous and easy to catch fire. We are not there yet with BESS as a technology to balance the load on the grid, and all for a maximum of 4 hours. Now, my recommendation is to put a moratorium on the BESS projects in rural Ottawa until such time as the technology can be improved and considered safe. Now, this submission is actually Shirley Dolan's submission from West Carleton March, because she's not available right now, and I completely concur with her, because I'm also, Monica Miller, a resident of West Carleton and a neighbor of Shirley Dolan. So that's my submission. Thank you for allowing me to do that. Appreciate your time.
And thank you very much. We appreciate the delegation and your submission on behalf of Shirley. We thank you very much for being with us today. I
Okay,
don't see any
appreciate it.
questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to just remind my colleague and member of the committee that we do have our fire chief is with us online if we have question at the end, so in perspective of fire and safety. Our next delegation is Courtney Argu, and she's here with us. And can you please turn her mic on? You got 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you very much.
This is my first time too, so.
Take your time. All right.
So good afternoon. My name is Courtney Argue. As a rural resident, we value getting to know our neighbors. And so as a neighbor of you all, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a resident of West Carleton. I'm a registered nurse psychotherapist, a first-generation young farmer, a fiance to be married in 127 days, an admirer of the power of community, and the advocate for community health. I have gained interest in BESS systems after learning from Brookfield's company Evolution that we may have one of the top 5 largest facilities in Canada a short walk away from our farm. The more research I have done about these products makes me worried for the health of our community. Now, I'm not anti-solutions. I'm not anti-green. I'm the last person to play the political game. But the bylaws proposed have significant gaps and will elevate the deficit of trust in rural communities. The language concerns we have are 1, altering the definition of utility installations in section 54 of the zoning bylaw 2008-250 and in section 922 of the city's official plan to include BESS as a part of that definition. The delineation that BESS is a utility installation will firstly enable permitting sites of BESSes in rural countryside zone areas. And I believe it will further reach impacts such as environmental zones in section 183 and 184, EP1 zone, which permits for utility installations in this subzone. Point 2, the proposed amendments indicate definitions for principal BESS and accessory BESS, which do not have sufficient delineation between one another. For instance, according to the new definition, an accessory BESS may discharge to 1 or more uses on the same lot and may also discharge back to the distribution grid. Through this wording, an accessory BESS may simply discharge back to the distribution grid, which is in effect equivalent to the definition of a principal BESS. However, identifying a BESS as an accessory BESS circumvents the requirements and restrictions in place that a principal BESS must have. Point 3, the on-farm diversified use amendment to include BESS installations do not align with the intent of rural countryside goals to protect and enhance the rural character, as it is the intent of the city's plan explained in section 9 of city's official plan volume 1. Corporate or commercial installations of BESS will not enhance the rural countryside nor benefit the rural population. These installations would be better suited to be installed in the rural industries and logistics zones where industrial equipment is held and provisions for service and emergency response are available for those industrial businesses. Point 4, the newly proposed section 412 1 and 7, the siting of non-public principal BESS and renewable generation facilities, including wind generation, as an example, will now be permitted in rural countryside zoned areas. I believe these installations do not align with improving the character of our rural zones, nor does it serve to protect the wildlife and environment, as it introduces new hazards to the wildlife that are currently non-existent. These are just the formalities of language. As we know, there is a human element to changes like this. If this were a simple change, some of the biggest energy companies like Evolution, the same company that was chased out of 2 villages of our rural areas for self-admitted disregard for human element, would not be here. There is a real concern that businesses are advocating to exploit regulations to benefit their revenues. Based on the historical dealings of these companies in our rural communities and the lack of respect and services that is commonly raised by rural residents related to the City of Ottawa, these changes will fracture the relationships you're trying to forge between urban and rural. The trust and support in the rural wards is simply not there. The city or the potential vendors involved do not know how our communities communicate. They don't understand our values, and they do not understand our priorities. With that being said, I think there are wonderful initiatives like the Rural Summit. They will help answer some of these questions, and I thank the councillors that have advocated for these changes. However, we cannot implement such life-altering and permanent changes during this fragile time. I plead to our rural councillors to advocate hard for our rural residents and to focus on the human element, because I have full trust that we can come to meaningful solutions. But it is not the time to include the rural wards in this bylaw. We need to go back to the basics, knowing our neighbors.
Perfect. I was gonna tell you you're on time. It's finished. So thank you for wrapping up, and we appreciate your delegation. I don't see any question. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
Next delegation, we have Jeff Wright, Alex Simakov, and from Evolution. I want to say good morning, but it's good afternoon. Thank you very much for being with us. Please press the green button and
yeah, we're joined with our colleague Carl Hausler here as well, just to sit there if there's any questions.
No problem.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Jeff Wright. Thank you very much for the chance to address today's committee in my capacity as head of development for Evolution. We're a proud Canadian company located right here in the National Capital Region, just across the river in Gatineau. Through our company, we've been investing in and managing clean power projects in the province of Ontario that have been around since around the First World War. I am grateful that we are being considered for the opportunity to invest into battery energy storage systems here in the City of Ottawa. They are developed in partnership with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. We believe in the city. We want to invest in the city. We've been talking to residents, community members, companies across all the wards, and I think there's a lot of excitement around this technology. And we do appreciate that there's different sides to this discussion, but we certainly are looking for solutions. So we appreciate the deep engagement by all of you. I'm pleased to be leading a great team. It shares my commitment to this council and to this city to find the right solution in order to implement the infrastructure needed to build our communities here and to have the infrastructure in place to foster the wealth and the enjoyment across the city that we've all kind of enjoyed. To that end, I think maybe what I'll do is turn things over to my Director of Policy here. We can take questions at the end. Alex Simikov, thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. We're very grateful for the amount of time that this committee has invested in making sure energy infrastructure gets built right since the launch of the provincial Powering Ontario Growth Strategy. We've established that Ontario and Ottawa's growth is growing rapidly. That's a massive strain on the region and especially in rural communities where much of that power was built in the 1940s and is no longer delivering the power quality that residents deserve. What we know is that BESS works. We know that BESS is cheap and we know that BESS is reliable. What we have to learn is the development process and how to get that right to meet these needs. On the Trail Road site, we've gotten that process right so far. On the original Fitzroy project, we did not. We've taken the opportunity to go back, to engage with residents, to learn to listen. And well, we've heard a lot of feedback that we're putting into action, including the development of a new prospective site, one that's supported by residents that have called West Carleton their home for generations, one that's connected to a new transmission point that better serves the local grid, and one that is offering setbacks many times greater than what's proposed in the report. My colleagues and I have spent this past week engaging with residents in South March. We've been knocking on doors. Now, minus 18 degrees is a bit chilly, but on the plus side, it does encourage neighbors to invite us in. We're really encouraged by what we're learning. We're encouraged by the slate of engagements we have coming up and the direction we've been provided by councillors here and the conversations with Ottawa Fire Services, including Jerry Gill and his team. We'd like to take a moment to talk about the report and what we see as the best path forward and some opportunities. As we've shared with councillors and staff, there's some room for improvement, we think. This includes the opportunity to change the treatment of accessory units to make sure that we have the flexibility for industrial sites and brownfield sites to be leveraged to power industrial needs. We also think there could be a bit of a greater consistency in the planning treatment between public utilities and those developed by community or private organizations. Focusing on the two best projects that we're looking to develop in Ottawa, our priority is on timing and the schedule for processing an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. As has been touched on by previous speakers, power system planning has a strict time stringency. The ISO has to manage the supply and demand between 5 million customers across Ontario every single moment of the day. That stringency is passed on to developers. We have some strict timelines here, including adhering to a commercial operation date of May 1st, 2028, and earning an MSR by the end of this year. Now, in these conversations we've had, and planning staff and Derek Moody's team have expressed that they recognize the importance of these assets, and they've offered to make sure that we have the experienced resources and planning resources committed to making sure we can move expeditiously forward through this process. We'd also like to welcome any amendments to this report to make sure that we can streamline these steps and have clear timelines that align with the province's economic strategy and the IESO's power planning needs. In conclusion, as we consider these needs, we're grateful for the time you've afforded us, and we want to reiterate our commitment to working with yourselves, to the residents of West Carleton and Nepean, and everyone else involved in this process to get this right and build the assets that we need with the support that they deserve. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the three of you for being here. I see no question, but I do have a comment. Sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for meeting with me earlier. One of the things I will talk about at the very end of this with staff is that in the Canada North Tech Park, we are undergoing right now a community permitting pilot project program. There's so many acronyms, CPPPP. Anyway, the deal is that it will be easier to get things done, faster to get things done because of the drive of the economic development that's there. So I'm wondering, are you having those conversations with staff as well in terms of the Canada North Tech Park as an opportunity for BESS because there may be different permitting?
Well, thank you, Councillor. We've been having a number of conversations with the Technology Park. I've spoken just yesterday with Kelly Days and her team and at a few meetings there. We've met with Nokia as well. They've expressed a tremendous appetite for really every kilowatt we can get onto the system. That's going to take a combination of projects. Some in the Technology Park itself are going to be important, and we are actively engaging in conversations to invest and partner with those companies. We're also going to need investments outside of the park that can connect to the transmission grid that feed into it directly. So while we're absolutely looking forward to those special economic zone opportunities, it cannot deliver the entire solution we need, given the amount of hundreds of megawatts of growth that they're calling for.
Okay, great that you're talking to everybody though. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Can I add just one thing? And I think we've heard that here. It's something that I think everybody seems to agree on. The technology is good. Everyone likes the technology. There's a question of how do you get it implemented on the system? And I think as a company, we're very excited about this technology. And so what we're trying to do here in terms of talking to folks in Canada North and across the rest of the city and across the province is really building an ecosystem of innovation around the technology. And so we don't want to lose our advantage in Ontario as a clean, competitive, kind of innovative place to do business. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. The concerns being expressed today by some residents, I think primarily revolve around safety. And so I'll ask maybe some pointed questions about that, recognizing obviously you have an interest, but on the ground contamination potential, can you speak to that in terms of the safety around ground contamination and how often or how not that may happen? And sorry, that's my fault. I think we're only supposed to have one mic on at a time, so I'll remember to turn mine off when you reply. But the potential for ground contamination with these systems, could you just comment on that?
Do you want me to take that one, Jeff? Yeah. So thank you, Councillor. Obviously, we can't just downplay and say that the groundwater contamination is impossible. From what we've observed from previous incidents similar to Moss Landing, is that there's very negligible, if any, ground contamination upon these fires at all on recent incidents. So that being said, that's not how we're treating it. We're going to have an operations and maintenance program that routinely tests groundwater and soil sampling to make sure, like just in the odd case, that 1 in a million chance that we could identify a potential issue that we need to remediate.
I'd also like to add that besides the initiatives that Evolution is taking ourselves to be proactive on this, we want to recognize that second only to the nuclear industry, BESS technologies are the most scrutinized public technology available in the market today. We are working again with Jerry Gill and his team, and this project only gets built with their complete confidence in the safety of the asset and their preparedness to respond in the unlikely event of an incident. So we want to communicate that we are ready to go above and beyond whatever it takes to assure residents.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and obviously, I guess there'd be some comparison with oil, gas, coal, and the safety risks there. On the fire risk, which we're hearing, but I'll speak to the fire chief after too. But on the fire risk piece, I've been seeing some evolution from 2018 to 2022 to 2023. That it seems to be getting a lot better, but I want to hear from you on this, and I'll ask staff about this as well, is what kind of risks for fire are there? Is this a real concern?
Thank you. Referring to the Moss Landing incident that we're absolutely focusing on very clearly and has identified a different batch of technologies, one that was installed in 2020, which in best terms is generations ago. We want to acknowledge first that there were no injuries at Moss Landing, despite the severity of the incident. We also want to acknowledge that a lot of the other incidents we're focusing on in Canada are developed by relatively unregulated mobility scooters, incidents of that nature. Utility BESS, the regulatory process we go through is so much more thorough. So the other additional point we want to flag is, as we're going through vendor selection, we are going to be visiting the site manufacturing facilities. We're going to be visiting every step of the supply chain and applying a level of due diligence beyond what's already applied by the manufacturers.
And further to that, Councillor, the technology is rapidly growing, as many had mentioned before. There's both passive and active ventilation mechanisms that can be installed in these devices. Evolution's entertaining every single one of these precautions to make sure, in the event of transportation, operation, outage, anytime, we have the ability to, manage a potential situation. So the technology is coming quite a ways. There's a lot of options available to manage those risks, and we're going to take every endeavor possible to incorporate those into the system design.
Mind if I just add one more thing there? We've hosted 2 sessions. I think one of the nice things about these larger projects is that you've got the scale to kind of bring together people. So we hosted 2 sessions with an expert consultant on fire risk called ESRG. It's someone that is used across the province of Ontario and across North America. And I think this is something important. So we've had 2 sessions with local firefighters here and sort of interested individuals. But at the same time, we actually invited all of the adjacent communities who are also hosting projects. So One of the things I will say is we take safety very, very seriously. When we go through vendor selection, we're prioritizing safety and fire risk as one of those key criteria to select our vendor. In addition to prioritizing domestic supply chains and value add and all that kind of stuff. What I would say is every single fire incident we pay a lot of attention to. We will send someone down to Moss Landing to have a very good understanding of the root cause analysis and what were the mistakes that were made there, and we won't repeat those mistakes. So I hear the concern. I think it's an evolution as you try to get these systems. Your point is absolutely right. 2018, 2019, there are some things, vintages back there where the fire risk were a bit higher. The industry learns, and every year we get better and better, and we take that very seriously.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, and thank you very much for your presentation. I have more questions from Councillor Kidd.
Sorry, not a question, just a comment. I just wanted to say I do appreciate that you're looking at your first kick at the can as a learning experience and acknowledging that there could have been done differently and perhaps better, and that you're incorporating more community engagement. I think that's going to be very important to ensure that we all row in the same direction on this. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to echo Councillor Kitt's remark, because you know what? It's not this council and these specifically Agricultural Affairs Committee, we're not against technology. We are for technology. We're looking about green energy and how we can improve our grid and improve our services to our community. But it's how the thing started and evolved. We already spoke about that, but I'm happy to see that the conversation happening right now and understanding how the process work and working with the community to making sure, like you said earlier, it's a new technology. When there is something new, the community will have concern. And then we're the first line of defense when people's going to come talk to us. And we need to kind of talk to them and explain to them what's happening. And having those conversations at the beginning of the process, it's the most important things. I will reinforce it, say to you one more time and again, those are good conversation. Keep the conversation going with us and with our team to keep those projects coming. We don't want to look like the people that were saying no to technology, we're against it. So I just want to put this on the record, because we, as rural councillor, either we understand we need this technology. We look at Ottawa to thrive in that sector, and we're looking forward to be working with you and your team and making sure our community also safe. We have lots of questions to our staff from safety perspective. We have our chief fire with us today, but we're very happy to be working with you and your company for the safety of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Deroux and Chair Deroux, and appreciate the time that everyone's spending on this.
Thank you. Our next presentation is from Pam Childs.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning.
Don't worry, I did the same earlier, so you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
It looks like I'm on an old laptop here. The video is not great, but thank you for having me. My name is Pam Childs. I'm with Rural Woodlands, and I think you know a little bit about us. Andrea presented earlier. Rural Woodlands is pleased to hear the official plan and zoning bylaw will be amended to account for buses. It's something that needs to be done, I guess, in general. There are a lot of questions still, obviously, and a lot of things to work out. This is a great opportunity to embrace a new industry mindfully with well thought out parameters for location. So we're a bit concerned, however, like others, about buses being potentially sited, and built on forested land, agricultural land, and natural systems areas where they may be zoned, however they may be zoned. Rural Woodlands preference would be to build these projects on brownfield sites, such as much as possible, such as light and heavy industry, mineral extraction, and mineral resource zones. Now, I know these were excluded from the amendments to the zone, but it could be a missed opportunity. And I'm glad the Evolugen guys were before me, because I want to give the example of the Trail Road site. This came up because it really piqued my curiosity. It's fairly advanced, and they've had to cite the project a little further south than where they're going to connect to the grid in a forested property. The mineral extraction and mineral resource zones allow, excuse me, I have a bit of a cold going on, allow for interim uses that would not sterilize the potential of future, I'm reading from the bylaw, of future mineral extraction operation on the lands within those zones. Now, both zones' interim permitted uses include, amongst other things, equestrian establishment and kennel. And I'm just wondering how more temporary or interim those uses would be than a battery energy storage. Could the city expand the wording of the interim permitted uses in the zoning, excuse me, bylaw to include BESS or similar green energy projects? The Aggregate Resources Act kind of, I guess it prevails over municipal zoning, but it doesn't prescribe it, because I looked at some other zonings around the province for mineral extraction and such, and there were excluded uses, and they were all different. So this could be an opportunity to revisit that, the zoning wording, I believe, anyway. So back to that trail road area, some of the parcels of land are zoned ME or MR. They have had pit or quarry operations in the past. They're now abandoned, surrendered, or reclaimed. So there's an opportunity. There are no active aggregate licenses on them. I've checked with the Pits and Quarries GIS, and I actually have an email in and waiting to hear back for up-to-date confirmation on some of this. Other parcels are zoned ME and MR in that area. They may not be licensed right now as pits or quarry operations, but they could be investigated as potential sites for BESS as an interim use, I believe, anyway. In summary, the city does need to take a proactive approach and assist companies coming into Ottawa to build energy storage systems by directing them to preferred sites, brownfields, number one, keeping in mind the requirements of these installations for proximity, connection to the grid, safety setbacks, etc. But in particular, avoid clearing forests, natural spaces, and agricultural areas. So it'd be nice if the city could revisit the zoning, ME and MR zoning, in this instance anyway, especially as some of these zoned areas, the pits are gone. There's no resource left, and the zoning still remains on those areas. And if anybody wants any details, I can show them. But anyway, thank you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Pam, for your presentation. Any question? Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Our last presenter is Judy Mucken. And you can turn your mic on, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee for the second time in one day. It's a record.
Hello again. Last but not least, right, George? Okay. I'm going to be short because much of what I want to say was said by others. I'm just going to tell you that I don't personally support these recommendations for a zoning bylaw amendment, and I'll tell you why. This is going to cause a long delay in the procedure. In my experience, I've worked with a lot of these, and zoning bylaw changes can take months, sometimes more than a year, sometimes even longer. It also sucks up a lot of staff time. I don't think we can afford this kind of delay. You've heard from everybody. I was going to show you this article from the Citizen. You were given a report from Ottawa Hydro last June that told you of the dire predictions about how we almost need to double our electricity grid for the Ottawa area alone, and the cost is really hard to get our heads around. So we can't wait, and we can't delay. What are our other choices if we don't go with with energy storage. Well, we could build a new dam on the Ottawa River in West Carleton. We could put in a nuclear facility in Metcalfe. They would take 20 years and billions of dollars. We obviously are not going to go that route. So this battery storage idea is a brilliant idea in my experience. I have no real understanding of the technology, even though I've been working hundreds of hours trying to understand it. But battery energy storage will get us closer to where we need to go, cheaper and faster than any other kind of energy solution. In terms of zoning, as I understand it, zoning is supposed to protect people and property from hazards. And it's supposed to ensure the official plan is applied in a fair and transparent manner. Am I right? That's the purpose of zoning. So best projects, as we know, are in hundreds of locations around the world. This isn't, we're not recreating the wheel here. In my opinion, and in the staff report, we can follow best practices now. There's now clear fire safety and technical requirements. The staff report has outlined these, all the codes and requirements that are detailed there. All of these would be included as conditions during the site plan approval process. So you've got the process that you need in order to ensure the safety, the fire plan, et cetera. These are all really complex scientific and engineering concepts to understand. I have a PhD in a whole different area, and that doesn't help me a whole lot from understanding these complex requirements. I would ask my engineers, my science experts on city staff to explain that to me. I don't think there's any benefit to the public from bringing that kind of discussion and analysis into a public meeting where we discuss a zoning bylaw amendment. I've attended many. Well, you guys know how crazy they get. Those conditions should be discussed and, thoroughly by your city staff, your experts, your planners, with your usual site planning process. You have that means, and you also have the MSR for batteries. So you've got what you need. This is unnecessary. This will cause extra delays and staff time. And I just wanted to remind you, we used to worry about cell phones. Remember when we used to worry about these things? We couldn't take them on aircraft. We now carry them all in our pockets. There was an engineering solution to that, and batteries storage, the engineering is going ahead at a huge pace. So let's not write things down into bylaw requirements that need to be changed every 6 months. What I would like to see is an efficient process that will welcome this technology to Ottawa. So let's not opt for some short-term gain and lengthening that process and analysis, because we really risk to lose over the long term losing these projects altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for your presentation. I see no question. We do have one more delegation, and I'm sorry we missed it. It's Mr. Eric Muller. I see you on the line. So Eric, you have the mic for 5 minutes. We apologize for the mix-up in the emails.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. And thank you all for your time and attention all the way through. It's been a marathon of a committee meeting, so I really appreciate your time and attention and energy to this topic. My name is Eric Muller, and I'm the Director for Ontario at the Canadian Renewable Energy Association, or CanREA for short. CanREA is the leading national industry association for the wind energy, solar energy, and energy storage sectors across the country. We have over 350 member companies across the renewable and energy storage value chain. And the reason I'm delegating today is to express CanREA's concerns regarding the envisioned, what I would consider restrictive treatment of battery energy storage systems under the proposal to impose a zoning bylaw amendment process onto those types of projects in particular, as proposed by the report to the committee. The City of Ottawa, I don't think any other delegates pointed this out other than potentially the IESO, the Independent Electricity System Operator, that the City of Ottawa has a climate change master plan, one, and the City of Ottawa also has a community energy transition strategy. And both of those plans that are in flight and being implemented, and the city council and staff are working to implement those plans, have specific and clear goals, including the timely deployment of renewable energy and battery energy storage systems. So that's part of city's official action plans on community energy transition. So CanREA, we as an organization and on behalf of our members, we're concerned that the proposal to impose zoning bylaw amendment processes specifically onto battery energy storage projects would significantly slow down the development and construction of these types of projects. It could, as some of the other delegates mentioned, it could signal from the city to industry and to developers that Ottawa is not open for business. It could signal a slowdown to clean energy investors about Ottawa not being as interested in the timely development of these types of projects. And furthermore, it would run counter to meeting the city's own goals and targets as set out in your climate change master plan and your community energy transition strategy. So CanREA, the Renewable Energy Association, we encourage you, councillors, and the city in general to create an enabling regulatory environment for clean energy investment. And we encourage this committee and councillors, as you deliberate on the proposals before you, to encourage the permitting of these types of projects and consider streamlining them as utility installations are streamlined. Some delegates talked about an unfair environment between certain types of utility level projects and others that are depending on the ownership structure. I would, as CanREA's representative, encourage you all to consider BESS projects as utility installations for current projects underway and being considered, and for future BESS project developments as well. I also wanted to kind of reiterate what the IESO representative drove home as well. This is in support of Ontario's electricity needs, but also Ottawa, the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa area. It helps with local reliability as you're, facing a lot of growth in the city, and resilience, as some of the delegates talked about as well. Resilience to various outages and storms that may be coming. So really encouraging an open for business mindset, reducing regulatory red tape, keeping things streamlined and efficient to show the clean energy sector that Ottawa is open for business and ready to develop projects in a timely manner. So thank you very much. I know I'm on the tail end of this marathon, but we've all been through it together. So appreciate the time together today. And thank you for your time and attention.
And thank you very much, Eric. Just on time for your time. You did it great. And we appreciate you being with us today. So for your delegation, I see a question from my colleague, Councillor Menard. If you stay with me for 1 second, please, here.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'll be quick. Thanks for the delegation. I wanted to ask you, you may know this, but are there jurisdictions that you know of in Ontario and Canada that have much more permissive regulations and zoning around this topic? And if so, where and how are they doing it?
It's a very good question. I don't have a specific example to point to. I can take that back. But what I do know is some municipalities in Ontario and in other jurisdictions in Canada put their hand up and say, we are actively seeking projects, wind, solar, and battery storage. And we are willing hosts, and we want the investments. We want the community benefit agreements. We want the various jobs and all the benefits that come, municipal tax revenues, et cetera. So I'll take that back and provide further information if I'm able to pull that together with my member companies. But I think the drive home point is there are several, well, many municipalities that we see out there who are proactively showing the clean energy sector that they are ready and willing to host projects.
No, that's fine. And an email to us would be great as a follow-up. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. Thank you very much, Eric. I really appreciate it. We do have a question to staff if you want, or you guys want a break? Break. Okay. Councilor Clark Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and want to thank staff for the work that they've done on this report. I know it's been a lot of work. There's been a lot of back and forth with us and some tough conversations. I feel like we have landed in a place that's supportable, at least for me. But I have heard some talk about setbacks. Some people think they're too much. Some people think they're too little. Can you talk a little bit about how you arrived at that 150-meter setback for the principal use BESSes?
Through the chair. Yes. So in the absence of provincial guidance on recommended setbacks for land use planning considerations for BESS, we looked to the Hydro 1 standard, which, as Mr. McGowan pointed out, was to protect critical transmission infrastructure assets that serve the province. And so the same argument could apply, that a setback of that size should apply to sensitive uses.
I think Mr. McGowan mentioned a 300-meter setback from Hydro Ottawa infrastructure. Is that true? And if so, why the discrepancy between Hydro Ottawa and Hydro 1 setbacks to the best of your ability, obviously?
So there were different versions of the standard. They updated the standard in 2023 and they reduced the setback to 150 meters as being the largest setback. And it was the setback from the largest, highest voltage transmission corridor.
Thank you. That's it.
Kathy Curry. You first, go ahead.
So kind. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of the delegations and the staff presentation. I'm hoping that we can have a small conversation about the zoning, and I know the setbacks were just spoken to with Councillor Kelly's question, but when we heard that there's two different rules being developed here, one for urban and one for rural, and I want to make sure that there's some consistency and clarity in the conversation going forward about what exactly is being proposed with the bylaw and what some of those setbacks are, and if they are actually different between the rural area and the urban area.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So the large BESS uses that are a standalone BESS are directed to the rural area. We envision that those types of BESS would be to serve the grid and the grid only, primarily the transmission grid. Also, the access to very large transmission networks. What we saw through the LT1 procurement is that they are connecting to the 240 kilowatt network and above. So those are the types of projects that we would see more as a standalone project, and therefore the setback that would be applied as part of a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. So through the official plan, we've recommended the 150-meter setback for those types of BESS. If it's a battery energy storage system that is to support a principal use on a property, such as a mixed-use development, for example,
there's a requirement for a setback from, let's say, a property line where there could be a combustible source, so such as a parking lot, cars, vehicles. So there is a safety consideration. And that is also in keeping with the National Fire Protection Association recommendations, that setback.
So to the best of your knowledge, and I can certainly answer for myself and my colleagues up here, we're not implementing these setbacks in the rural areas because we just don't want to live right next door to them. We're implementing them because there are considerations that have to be taken into account. Safety, distance from natural sensitive areas and the like.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And something you had said, Melissa, about these large scale BESS facilities being targeted to the rural area. It's because we've got the space, right? There's no 100-acre parcels available in downtown Ottawa, which means there's likely not to be a massive industrial scale BESS facility located, for example, and I'm not picking on Councillor Menard particularly, but Lansdowne Park.
So, Mr. Chair, that's partly the reason why you need the space for the facilities, but also because these large facilities would also have a significant draw from the grid and also put it back into the grid. And so they would need some of the higher transmission lines, 500 and 230 volt lines. Most of those tend to be in the rural area. Some arms come into the urban area, like some of the substations, and then trickle down to 115. But because of the nature of what these projects are, looking at those larger lines, they happen to be in the rural area. And of course, lots tend to be larger in the rural area as well.
No, thank you very much. And certainly, as Councillor Kelly mentioned, we did issue a MSR through council for the project in my ward because it was sited in a location that doesn't have folks living right next door. It's south of the Trail Road Waste Facility where we will never approve development. It's just to the west of the 416 highway. So it was sited in a location that makes sense. It's sited in a location that I think makes a lot of sense if we're going to be doing this moving forward. And I would encourage applicants or potential applicants to look at areas like that in the city where you're going to have a willing host, such as myself and my rural colleagues. Because at the end of the day, our job is to sit here and represent the concerns of our residents and not help business grow. I'm not opposed to business. I'm not opposed to private industry. We want to make sure, though, that their taxpayers and residents are respected. I know there was some concern brought up about an uneven playing field between public utilities and some private applicants who may come forward. I would say that's likely because a public utility is there to serve a public good, and we as the elected officials have somewhat more control over a public utility, but the first role of business is to make money. There's money to be made here, which is why we have folks who want to get into the market, and that's great. We should be able to have a free market system where we encourage business to take advantage of that opportunity. But I don't think it's unbecoming of us to make sure that one is treated a little different from the other because they are different. So I certainly appreciate all the work that we've done here. I'll be supporting Councillor Kitt's motion. I think it's common sense, straightforward, and helps address many of the concerns that we have. I know staff have worked extremely hard on bringing this forward over the last year, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to it and look forward to discussing this again at Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kathy Curry, your turn now.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of comments and I have a couple of questions for staff, but my overall comment is, one of the things we always seem to talk about at committees is that because the city is so enormous and there's so many departments, sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. And it's fascinating to me how much of a difference I'm seeing right now. And I mean, maybe it's strategic initiatives department that certainly the city manager set up and put key people in, but I received a briefing on this, this is coming to ARAC. I'm not on ARAC, right? One of these things does not belong here in Sesame Street. Remember that? One of these things? Well, it does. I do belong here, really, not as a committee member, but to be talking about this because this affects all of us. And you think about how many departments have to be involved in something like this, including, our economic development department, right? So, you heard me already what I said about how important this is to the Canada North Tech Park, that we look at this technology. And one of the things I talked about in the briefing was that CPPPP permitting plan is not is not something that I think is widely understood. And yet, when we had the briefing, I think staff were saying, okay, yeah, this is actually a very key part of this, even though it seems like it may not be. So I really want to thank staff for recognizing just how much, how many different departments are involved in this and how important it is to understand what is coming. The other thing I did want to say, just in terms of Canada North, so people are aware, with the Ottawa Climate Action Fund and this and the re-permitting of the park, the plan to figure out what green energy is possible, what renewable energies, what redundant energy sources are there and are possible, is a key piece of all this. And so, you know, I'll certainly keep you posted as we go, but, you know, business moves quickly and everybody's looking for power. You know, you listen to the federal candidates now, everyone's talking about energy. You look at the provincial ones, everyone's talking about energy. So the more that we generally understand the demands, I think will be very, very helpful. My one question to staff is, I really just want assurances that as we go forward, that you will continue to engage the, you know, the staff that are involved in the community permitting program, the concept of the special economic districts with an S, given airport looking at solar farm, right? Potentially places in Canada looking at solar farms, that you will continue to look at that as broadly as you can.
Chair, staff can confirm that we'll take that approach.
Thank you very much. The second thing I would say is, if the province, you know, we have what we have in front of us here right now, if the province were to come in and say, actually, we think there needs to be more of a homogeneous approach to this across the province, and we're going to set standards exactly and tell municipalities exactly how this is going to roll, is that something we could quickly do? I mean, we take provincial direction, but if that were to happen, would that happen pretty quickly?
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, is this in relation to the BESS storage and provincial regulations for that?
Yeah, in case the province comes out, and as we see, we often talk about this at committee, we approve something and then we think the province might come in and say something slightly different, but would we just quickly, like the planning bills that have come forward, we just changed instantly? Is that what would happen?
Chair, if there would be some provincial guidance or some requirements, we would have to pivot and implement those as they're provided by the province.
All right, because we will stay tuned on that, I think. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kidd.
Oh, go ahead.
I left.
I'm going to be very quick. I just have a couple quick comments. I just also wanted to add my thanks to staff. I know that whenever we're contemplating something brand new, it's a heavy lift to get us on the right path. So I wanted to thank you for the report and also for your input into the motion that I brought forward. And my only question, I think one of the delegations suggested that we should be, you know, in an effort to make this as permissible as possible, contemplate putting BESS on land zoned agricultural. That was not something or was that something that was contemplated, or was it not, given the city's appreciation for the importance of agricultural land?
So through the chair, thank you. The report talks about BESS as serving as an on-farm diversified use and having the same size limitations. So on prime agricultural lands, that they not be a principal use, but that they serve as a use that is supportive to an agricultural operation.
Okay, and was, I guess, why was it not explored to be a principal use?
So through the chair, there are existing policies in the official plan that speak to, for instance, a public utility facility that's within the agricultural resource area. And also in the provincial planning statement, if a non-agricultural use is proposed within a prime agricultural area, they have to provide justification that alternative sites were explored. We feel that it's important to support the PPS policies to protect our agricultural lands for agricultural related uses. And that was the reason that we set up the policies and regulations.
Great, thank you. I think all 5 members of this committee would wholeheartedly agree with that approach, but just wanted to have your input on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kidd. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks to staff too for the report and for your work on further defining the accessory use versus the principal use and some of the parameters around it. I just want to get into some details. It won't require an official plan amendment for any of these BESs, whether they be principal or accessory use, correct?
Mr. Chair, the official plan amendment that we are recommending sets out where principal use BESs are permitted.
Yeah, and so just in terms of, applications for a zoning bylaw amendment, how would that work? If there's an application that goes in, could staff then say yay or nay to that zoning bylaw amendment, given where we've been the last couple of years on changes to that, or is that all automatically going to planning committee for these types of ZBLAs?
Mr. Chair, the applications for the site-specific zoning bylaw amendments for principal BES, we anticipate them to be in the rural area. They would therefore be brought forward in a report to this committee, ARAC committee.
Okay, thanks for that. The IKEA BES and the potential civic hospital BES, those would be accessory uses defined, just given the lot sizes there, even though they might be larger BESs.
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay. The 150 meters setback, I get why we used Hydro One as an example from those 500 kilovolt transmission lines. Makes a lot of sense. I guess the question, and Councillor Brown touched on this a little bit though, why do we have that setback for things like a school or community center or other institution, residential building? If that was primarily for those high voltage transmission lines, why are we doing that around those other areas, the 150 versus say 75 or more thousand? Why the 150 around those particular elements?
Mr. Chair, those uses are considered sensitive and therefore the 150 meters should apply. The reason is primarily safety. Given, as I mentioned in the presentation, the larger the number of containers, the larger the amount of energy that these systems are planning to retain, and therefore the amount of oversight that should be put into where they are designed. And a minimum setback of 150 meters was recommended as being appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, and that's for the principal use ones, not the accessory piece. We have our Chief Hutt with us today. I just wanted to make sure to ask just him a question around his own experience with battery energy storage. I recognize it's fairly new, but I'm sure fire has understanding and experience of these in general. So just wanted to make sure to give you a chance to comment on this and your own either comfort or discomfort or whatever you might say about how these will function in both urban and rural Ottawa and fire safety's response if there is an issue.
Thank you, Chair, through yourself. And if you're agreeable, I did prepare a slide on emergency response, and I think I might just share that because I do think a lot of the questions were raised today, and I know it's been said a couple times that this is very moving, fast technology. And in some ways, in some industries, I believe the regulations are struggling to keep up. So, and just before I get into this slide, I think taking a look at each site individually, because although I really appreciated the delegates' perspectives today, I'm neutral in this, and I actually just put my fire safety, public safety lens on. So when I look at it, because the technology is changing so fast, technology is becoming more stable. There's different aspects. Are we using lithium-ion batteries or the lead-flooded batteries? So the technologies are different. So I think until some of these regulations catch up within the industry, I do believe a case-by-case basis is the best approach, because using a cookie cutter might offer too many restrictions for a very small primary BES versus, a very large. So I think they have to be assessed that way. And my one other comment too is, from an emergency response, and the reason why I wanted to share some of these details today is it's a lot of it's about public confidence, and we have to garner that public confidence with our residents. So Just from an emergency response perspective, prevention in my mind, and this is where, through an application process, prevention is our first line of defense. And the more we can focus on prevention, hopefully the less likely of any kind of an emergency. So, a lot of these facilities have advanced heat monitoring systems and suppression devices within the best primary locations. The other aspect as well is site-specific pre-plans and training. Again, based on whatever the technology and the size and the location of the facility requires very specific planning, pre-planning and training. And again, like a lot of our other institutions, we require a fire safety plan that's approved through our organization. I can share with members of committee and the public is that goes without saying, but we have very highly trained and skilled personnel with the Ottawa Fire Service. We have modern technology and equipment for a response. We often get asked, when you talk about lithium-ion batteries and thermal runaway, it talks about copious amounts of water to cool, and they are they're difficult fires to fight. And in many cases, and I heard a delegate say today, quite often what is the case in the event of an emergency or a fire is they do burn out is the safest aspect, and fire suppression is really just to protect any exposures from that unit. But the city does have a superior tanker shuttle reliability. It's very reliable within our rural area. But that doesn't go to say if we look at a situation where we need additional water, we may have to ask for on-site storage tanks for initial firefighting purposes. So those are things that we can look at on an individual basis. As well, we do for an initial response, we do have a hazardous material and a CBR&E team, very highly trained that will do an initial response from. They'll do an assessment. They'll mitigate the scene. They'll work with the proponent or the governing body of that organization to find out what are the next steps. We talk about air monitoring, and then we can also do a preliminary environmental assessment. I know there's been a lot of discussion on the setback, and when you look at sensitive areas, in the event, we recently seen this fire news, it was mentioned today with Moss Landing. If there is, heaven forbid, there is an incident, I'd rather allow some buffer area between those sensitive areas in the case that we do have to evacuate. So I think using what we have as a standard of 150 meters from a fire service and a fire safety perspective, we're comfortable with that. So I think that's the ends the slide, and I'm certainly able to answer any other questions you might have. But I just wanted to provide that as just a little briefing from a fire response perspective.
No, Chair, that's great. And thank you very much, Chief Hutt. That's, you're obviously well prepared. Your team is experiencing these sorts of things. So that's very comforting to hear. Thanks very much for that. And thanks again to staff for their work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Heure. Chief, I just have a couple questions. Can you highlight a little bit more about what training and when in the preparation? I know that those they're coming to our city, and we're really working with our industry to making sure they're implemented in Ottawa, and we're working now on the plan from a planning perspective. But from a fire perspective, you have a rural component of firefighter, and then of course you have the urban and you have suburban. What is the initiative, and how you're preparing your team in the rural area to be able to respond to some of those incidents? And hopefully we'll never need them, but just in case.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for the question, and I agree with you. Hopefully we'll never experience, but we have to be prepared, and we do have to be proactive, and we do have to train. We have a very diverse fire service where we have committed and dedicated rural members within our rural area, but we also have very specialized people on the urban side that run our hazmat program. So, working collectively together, we certainly do have the resources and are preparing for situations such as this. Unlike battery storage, there's other industries that we have similar planning for, like, for example, the tank farms on Maryville Road. And you look at how do you respond to situations like that, and what are the mitigation plans, working with the industry to find out what is the best practices and best response. And we are committed in the when these come to fruition that we work with those entities to understand their technology and how best to respond to those types of incidences.
Thank you very much, Chief Hutt, and we appreciate you taking the time to brief the committee on that. And I know that your men and women serve our community very well, and I'm hoping that we kind of keep on top of technology and keep updating our members to making sure they're well trained and they have the tools that they need to be able to keep our community safe. So we thank you for that. I also want to thank our staff. I know in specific Melissa, and I know Roy's been very effective in working with our rural councilors and our committees. And I know this specific report will be rising again into the planning committee on February 6th. So if there's anything we need to address and something we need to be looked at, we still have that opportunity before it goes to council. But I personally want to thank you and your team, and thank, of course, Debbie and her team also, and Nicole, for all the presentations. I know it's a collaborative work, and it took lots of hours and lots of consultation to get to where we are today. So I want to thank you for that. So now we got this behind us. No more question. We're going to go to the report. Yeah, we're going to go. Yeah, so we'll go to the report and then we'll do them together. The report recommendation that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend Council 1, approve amendments to the official plan, adding a new section 4.12 and giving land use policy direction for the setting of battery and energy storage systems as either principal or accessory use as summarized in document 1. And 2, approve amendments to the zoning bylaw 2008-250, adding a definition for battery energy storage system, as well as adding provisions for the setting of battery energy storage systems that are accessory to residential and non-residential use in the urban and the rural area as summarized in document 2. And 3, approve that decisions on future requests for municipal support resolutions that are associated with a battery energy storage system as a principal use project be voted on separately as a part of the consideration for required zoning bylaw amendment application. And 4, approve amendment to the site plan control bylaw number 2014-256 as detailed in document 5. And 5, approve the consultation detail section of the report. And then we're going to go to this. So on Councillor Kitt's motion, is that carried?
Carried.
And a report as amended?
Carried.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're not done yet. Okay, so we have no in-camera item. There is no open mic session. 9, there is no notice of motions. I'm really disappointed. Councillor Brown, you don't have one?
I'm sorry, Chair.
An inquiry, Councillor Clark, you have nothing? Other business, there is none. I really want to take a moment to thank everyone, all the delegation, and everyone came in, participated, our staff, our resident, and everyone came in to do delegation for us today. So I know it's a long day, and we appreciate the time that you participate here with us today. So next, an meeting adjourned. Our next meeting will be Thursday, February 6, 2025. Is that meeting adjourned?
Adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you. You happy?